topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Yeah. Check 1 2, check 1 2. What's good? What's good?
Yes.
How you doing? It's me, AD Ross, and you have the lovely Myeoshe.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to be here in the midst of the absence of our priest. Blessings to him. I thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Hey guys, thank you for having me back.
What's going on, y'all? So yeah, priest obviously is not in the building today. He is handling some family situation right now. We're dedicating this show to priest's mom, who has recently just transitioned to a higher realm. So much blessings and condolences to priest and his family. But he is with his family right now, going through their situations and everything. So we gotta hold it down over here.
Yes.
On the show, and thankfully we have Myeoshe to help out.
Yes, thank you for having me, Podcraft. I appreciate the love.
Yeah.
I appreciate it already. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, AD?
Chilling, man. It's just it's been quite a weekend, you know. There's so many crazy things happening in the world right now. So it was devastating to hear the news.
Yeah.
I had only met priest's mom over the phone. And she sounded like a very nice lady, very good heart. You know, she was a Leo too.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And you're a Leo too.
Absolutely.
So a lot of Leo energy.
Yes.
You know, but yeah. So like I said, that was a crazy situation and everything. But you know, we discuss about, you know, transitions a lot on this Podcraft.
Yeah, we do. And I feel priest in this time, you know, I just lost my mother and my father.
That's right.
So in a 2.5 month span, and it was very unexpected. So I exactly know the loss, but we also know in the midst of the loss that it's a great transition. It's a glorious day. We don't take it as a negative, you know, connotation. We all know, you know, that's a path that we're all going to have to take, and let it be a glorious day, and let the memories stay in our hearts. And she birthed a God, you know, like, so let's live off of that legacy and continue that marathon. So blessings to his family, lesson, love, and light, you know, peace and strength in this time of comfort. But, you know, all things are working together for our good, you know, even in the midst of transitioning, even in the midst of my parents transitioning. I see them all the time. You know, I had to be honest, I could honestly say I had a little moment where I was feeling a little lonely today. And I was somewhere, I was at a park, and I seen 2 hummingbirds just fly by. I'm like, okay, y'all here. Like, you know, I had my moment. So let's just continue to, and I'm pretty sure everyone out there has had their moment. Let's continue to hold each other up and continue to lift each other up in the time of need. You know, everybody is taking great losses and great sacrifices at this time. So let's continue to just love on each other, you know?
Absolutely. We got to give you a round of applause on that one right there. Shout out to the craft room. Shout out to everybody out there. The oracles and all that. What's going on, y'all?
Yes.
We've got some people in the chat room sharing their experiences as well.
Right. Absolutely.
But the beautiful thing about, you know, learning about, you know, because we talk a lot about different types of cultures and religions and spiritual paths. The beauty about learning about all of these, even though they're so different, they still speak of some type of afterlife, it seems.
Absolutely. I believe that wholeheartedly. Like I said, you know, I can only talk about my experience of losing parents. And literally, I lost my mom January 16th, 4 days before her birthday. And I lost my dad April 12th, 2 days before his birthday. Oh, wow. So you can just imagine, you know, the overwhelming of loss. But I really believe is life after death. I was able to have a conversation with my dad. I was able to say, Daddy, are you going to come to me as, in my dreams? Because my mom only came to me as one time since she'd been gone, and she was beautiful, and my dad was like, no, I'm not going to come to you in dreams. I'm going to come to you. He was like, but I ain't going to overwhelm you. But he was like, I'm going to come to you as a hummingbird. So literally.
Wait, he said that?
Yes.
Before he passed?
Yes, my dad was a pastor. So,
man.
My dad was a pastor. So we actually had a conversation. A little backtrack, I found out my dad had cancer, and his cancer came back rapidly for some odd reason, 9 weeks after my mom transitioned. And I was able to bring him home, and he walked up the stairs, and we put him in bed. He was able to talk to me. We had conversations about him transitioning. He even told me I was going to be okay, and that he was glad he wasn't leaving any weak links, and that I was going to be strong. And we didn't understand why this was going on, but I was a fighter, that he was transferring over his gifts to me, and that what he couldn't do, I was going to do, and what my mother couldn't do, they were going to do. So I was able to, have conversations with my dad. The bittersweet part is, I had to walk him, to heaven and leave him there and come back, alone. But I really believe my parents is on the other side doing great things for me that they couldn't do here on earth. Yeah. Everything that I share with them, I really believe, they're making magic happen. And, my mom was like a counselor to everybody. So I really believe she's on the other side being a counselor of peace. Yeah. I believe my dad, he was like a warrior for God. He knew that word, like the back of his hand. I really believe my dad, he told me he was going to be a gatekeeper when he get there. So I believe he's a chief of a gate. So I just believe that they're just in their royal, priesthood. And like I said, I see my parents all the time. I see white butterflies and monarchies, because white symbols, afterlife, and monarchies symbolize ancestors. And my dad, hummingbirds. And like I said, when I see hummingbirds, I see 2 or more, 3 or 4, Wow. So I absolutely believe they're here, with me, just not here in the physical, like how I would like them to be. But yeah, I definitely talk to them. I have a sanctuary, where I light candles, and I give my gifts to them, so it's ways that we can definitely, love on them and, care for them and, continue to live out, their life and their legacy.
Yes, some say you just go to the 4th dimension.
Absolutely.
So they're talking from that. It's a blessing that you had that conversation, though.
I think if I didn't have that conversation, and he would have, I think it would have. But like I said, that's why all things work together for our good. I was able to have that conversation. I was able to actually talk to my dad and literally have conversations. So now I know, that's my dad. He told me this was what he was going to do. He even spoke things that he's seen in me, that is going to, eventually come true. So you just got to wholeheartedly believe in that and be spiritually in tune. Yeah. People are not spiritually in tune. They think after death, that's the end all be all. No, it's a glorious thing on the other side. Yeah. And if we were, would go inside thee and really find ourselves, know ourselves, then we would understand.
Because you've also created the trigger for synchronicity. Absolutely. To happen, because you said you had a thought, feeling lonely, and then you saw the hummingbirds. Absolutely.
Literally, I was sitting there. Literally today, I was like, dang, why am I feeling lonely? Because I keep myself busy so I won't feel. And any little thing, if I have a second, and I felt it, and literally 2 hummingbirds just came, and I was like, hey, mommy, hey, daddy. When I see stuff like that, I recognize them. I give homage to it, because that's what we spoke of, and that's what I truly believe. Yeah. And I believe when, God removed things from us that are great losses, I believe he really filled us up, and he, he bring us comfort and joy and small little blessings that we don't even, know to just, care for us in that time. So,
yeah. They say everything happens for a reason, and at one point you might have a lesson being learned, and another point you might be having a blessing, but it could be one or the other.
Right. And it's just all just a rebirth too. And we don't know why things happen. We think things are just happening. I really believe, I take certain things like my parents had to transition in order for me to really become the purpose that, God called me to be. Certain things just have to happen. I think because I always called on my parents for everything. Those were my dogs, and my parents were real parents. Like I could talk to my parents about anything, and that's why I like to say they were righteous, they was exquisite, they was authentic, and they was love, because that's the full package. But I feel like certain things had to happen, for them to leave, so I could fully grow into, the purpose that God has called me to be.
Yeah.
And also for them to, protect me on the other side. Things that they couldn't do here, they are able to do on the other side. And that's just for everybody that's listening, that has lost a parent. For sure, your parents on the other side fighting things that you or I cannot see and have no power to conquer it. So we just have to live with that and live in a mantra of love and know that they're continuing to live on.
Yeah, because, many know that that's the better place.
Yeah.
We always say, like, oh, they went on to a better place. That's actually the better probably place to be, because for all we know, this is hell right here.
Man.
We are already in hell. Like, this reality, we were trying to escape this. Do you know what I mean? So once we transition, we're like, oh, this is where we're supposed to be.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So if anything, we're in a place of just learning. This is just training camp, if you want to consider it that. You know what I mean? Because look at all the crazy things happening in this world. This is not paradise.
This is definitely not paradise.
We are not in paradise right now. You know what I mean?
My goodness.
We're blessed to be here, but still, there is a better frequency to live in.
There's definitely a better frequency to live here. And, we even had heard stories of people just going there on the other side and just feeling the energy. And just imagine that. Like, I wouldn't be that selfish to bring my parents back. Even if I wanted to, I want them to be happy and in peace and no longer just, suffering. So, I see them very soon. I see them soon.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be a deep show today.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're going to be talking about all kinds of things. And we've got two deep guests coming on the show today. Zodiak and Tiye Phoenix. If you guys can hear me, go ahead and log into your Zoom and let's get this party started. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about all kinds of things, and it's interesting how the synchronicity works, because talking about afterlife and then going into astrology and discussing the stars and discussing the heavens. No matter what model of the earth you believe in, there's still that belief of a higher realm.
Yeah.
That some will call it Asgard. Like, we're in Midgard, and then the heavens would be Asgard. But the ascended, level of plane of existence, is definitely there.
Yeah, most definitely. I believe, like, meditating. Just that's why meditation is just so important, like really going into that dark soul and really, finding that light. And I believe, like, once we do that, we have found peace to live on an earth with so much chaos that, it's so much peace within, that it presents itself outward. That's why, they tell us to go within the soul.
Yeah, absolutely. I need to start meditating, because I've had some incredible dreams. I've had definitely what I would consider astral projection.
Okay.
I've had plenty of what I would call out of body experiences, to where I would wake up and really feel different as far as my frequency and feeling more blessed. And I would just go through the whole day just happy to be alive because of the incredible dreams I've had. But I haven't sat down and actually done the whole meditation ceremony. You know what I mean?
I have. I should do it more often, but I haven't. It's a beautiful experience. It helped me become confident. It helped me become knowing, because it's like I know exactly, who I am. Like, as far as like just my emotions and my characteristics, like, meditation is very important for the mind, body, and soul, to be honest. Sometimes I could be literally thinking of things and I literally look and it's just 222 444. And it's sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy, but really it's not, because everything that I'm thinking is nothing but joy, happy, and peace at that time. So it's like I'm doing nothing but pulling everything from this, creative mind into this reality of mine, because I'm so joyful and so peaceful, within. That's why people like, why, they look at me and they just like, they shocked, and it's like, no, because I'm full of so much love, and that's the energy even my parents is still giving off, is love. So I can't do nothing but continue to live in that.
Yeah.
So that's why it's good to, meditate and do yoga. And I used to chant too, Namiho Renge Keicho, like for a minute. I like different things. Different things has, allowed me to grow and be peaceful here on earth. And live in that overwhelm of abundance as well. Oh,
nice. It's funny you mentioned the synchronicity that you went through with the double numbers and the 222, because many would say that is a way of being synchronized with the universe. So they say when you start to see 1111 all the time, 11, that's your initiation. That's the universe trying to get your attention. Like, look, something's going on. You're seeing synchronicity here. You know what I mean? Because we have synchronicity every single day, whether we know it or not.
Right.
A certain song will play, and that's supposed to be played. That's a message to you from the universe. When you see somebody calls you out of the blue, the universe is constantly talking to you by all these coincidences.
Right.
And they say there's no such thing as coincidences, But then they'll start messing with the clock. So they'll be like, you look at the clock, there's 11:11. So once you start seeing the patterns of 11:11, once you're in tune with that and okay, something's going on, then the universe starts throwing different numbers at you. Then you start seeing 2s and 333s and then 1, 2, 3, 4. But it gets your attention first with the 11:11s. Once it notices that you notice, then you're starting to get codes. And then those are angel numbers and they all have different meanings. 555 can be like change, or 222 means that you're building something. Yeah. 333 is mastery.
Yeah, ascended masters.
But it's supposed to become in sync with what you're thinking. So if you're having a certain thought and you happen to see 333, it could be confirming that thought.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's incredible. I haven't mastered it yet, but I'm aware of it. But if you're able to be in tune with that, it's the universe's way of showing you're on the right path.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Most
you're
definitely.
doing good. And some would even say that, someone else is with you. Speaking of 11:11, we got Danny Salinas.
Shout out to Danny.
With the 11:11 dollars right there. Can you play Killah Priest, Stare Directly into the Sun in honor of Priest, Mom, AD, my energy and prayers go to Priest, family, peace. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Shout out to Danny.
Yeah. In fact, actually, since I'm already getting a text here, this would be good to play for now until we get Ka and Ty in the Zoom here. So let's go ahead and transition into that now. And shout out to Danny Salinas for that song. That's a good idea. That's a good choice. Danny always knows what songs to play.
Oh, he does.
He's like our off-site DJ in a way.
All right. Shout out to Danny.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, so here we go. We're playing Killah Priest, Stare Directly into the Sun in honor of Killah Priest's mom. Let's go.
Let's go.
I am the memory of centuries. I am the winter trees. I am the mystery. I am the hidden history. I am a living and the living epiphany. I am a soft prayer and I am witchery. The way to my sarcophagus, I am trickery. Unearth me and curse thee. Only those that I find worthy will I give mercy. Other than that, the air will become murky. Your food will become mercury. For all the nations have committed perjury. Urgency, state of emergency. But personally, my well is only for the thirsty. If you excite the dead, there's spider webs. You feel light in the head. The manna from heaven is called tiger's breath, dragon breath, planet X. Before and after Adam's death, disintegrate Esau till there's only atoms left.
I love those mornings
In my immortal sunshine, the water become wine, the clouds will come by. During the flood time, check my bloodline. Descended the fourth kind of Malachi York mind. I walk to talk rhymes, never force lines, unknown source fine. Pure thought, like a chief on the source ride. The Levites were the priests of the lost tribe. The key to life is to teach and exalt Yah. The Edomites is the beast, the all eye. Seeing, reason with the demon. His eyes is gleaming in the pyramid scheming. From the Europeans, the great sale. Observe before you break your bill. They started banks, but Rockefellers couldn't take a mill. How I feel. Summer came, now it's gone. Autumn rain, now it's storms. September, less timber. October, November. Cold enters. December, deep winters. January, new plans in hurry. It's February. Feds are scary. Tax receipt, cash deplete. Backtrack last week. Common folks, pro athletes, corporate elites. Dog parks, March, April showers. Rainbow flowers. May, June, last days of school. They ain't cool. July, fruit flies. August, invisible garden. Nocturnal forest. Came back around my eternal conscience. Bipolar flowers. Insects infect trees and solar powered. Sacred natives in the medicine circle. While I cheat painted on the shell of a turtle. Little runner deer, hunted the hare. Sneak behind it slowly, chugging a spear. Young rabbits unaware once the summer is near. These are hallucinogenic frontiers. Only mystics come here. Sunlight shimmers in the rivers. The salmon's lunch for the bear. Broken terrains of cliffs, outcrops and ravines. Streams filled with fish. Quiet nights, quiet light. There's movement, the moon lit, the lagoon mist.
I know what the scarecrow is. It's like outer space and his inner is. And like a blossom you opened up and understood why you could not love. Oh. It's so high.
Ereshka Gal, Mesopotamian child, goddess of the night, my wings in flight, Zechariah 5, verse 9. Then I lifted up my eyes and saw two women, new beginnings, wings like a stork, a queen with the quartz, beaming your thoughts, charcoal activators, salt marsh, and fresh water, insect-filled backyards and wet mornings. My day is dawning. Yahweh is calling. Mother Namu, purple mantle, light the candles, ignite the sand dunes. What's unknown, for if I told you, it would never be shown.
I worked my way over into the sunlight here without looking directly into the sun.
Damn, my bad.
I got y'all. I'm watching.
I had us muted. My bad. Here we go.
Now we're good. Hi.
Hey. Check 1, 2. Yeah, we're going through. Go ahead and check your audio right there, Ty, because we can't hear you yet. It's crazy. I just went through that same situation being muted. Can't. There you go. You good? You there? I hear beeping.
Where's that feedback coming from?
It can't be coming from us. Oh, make sure that your mic isn't too close to your speaker. Are you using? Oh, she has a mojito too. Because you're muted now. If you hit unmute.
Why is it?
Hey,
I'm
there-
gonna go out and come back in.
Okay. Okay. It's all good. We got some technical difficulties.
Yeah, it's
y'all.
all good.
We're gonna figure that out. Okay, let's see. Yeah, people know how we do this. We just go with the flow.
Absolutely. It's all love.
Things happen all the way through.
So, since we're on a moment of waiting for Miss Ty, this weekend, shout out to Currency. I went to a Currency concert this weekend in OC, and shout out to a couple artists that I was new and into the real young LA. He was good. Shout out to G Perico. Shout out to Currency. It was a good show. It was nothing but love. So yeah, that was my weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. How was your
Nice.
weekend, AD?
It was cool. I mean, I just kind of basically worked. You know what I mean? Nothing exciting.
Nothing exciting.
I got a couple of projects I'm working on right now. I'm doing a little film soundtrack for a small little project.
Okay.
Working on that, and I'm also working on this teaser. I'm making a not like a commercial, but it's like a trailer for the Killah Priest Podcraft.
Okay.
It's cool. I got the trailer music already laid out. I'm getting the best bits that we've done on this show. You know what I mean? With all of some of our top guests, and just creating a montage.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? It's got trailer music in the background. It looks really cool so far, but I want it to be fire.
Okay, good.
So I'm about
30%
30%
I figured
done.
it out.
Hey,
Yes.
That was my fault.
it's all
No, you're
good.
good.
It's all good. Go ahead and start your video, and we'll be set. All right. We're waiting for Ka to join any second here.
The lighting is crazy, right? So what I'm gonna do, just 2 seconds, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
change it so
Do
the
your
lighting
thing.
is better.
Yeah.
1 second.
Got you. Got you. Oh, there's Ka joining right there.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna get it right. Right here. I hear birds. You got a bird and a cat?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, not me.
Here we go, and boom. Okay. Doing one thing at a time. Okay, here we go. So Ka getting his thing together right now too. Boom. Peace, Ka. How you doing?
Ah,
Buddy.
I know what I need to do.
Gonna be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Gonna be the wildest show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's good, Ka? How you doing, man?
Peace and love.
Peace and
Everybody,
blessings.
I
Hello,
want to say,
everyone.
listen, this is real important, right?
Mm.
This is the graduation show.
Yeah.
Mm.
This is a graduation.
Right.
Death is an illusion. There's only graduation,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
right?
Well
Because
said.
we got to remember, this is a school.
Yeah.
That's what the Holy Science teaches us. This is a school. That's what we're here for. That's why what? Every single planet has what? Courses, cycles, right?
Mhm.
So all we're doing is traveling in a circle around courses. You go to a university. It's called a university because of the universe. So everything is based in school, right? There's 12 signs, and how many years you go to school? 12 years, right?
Mm.
That's
All
good.
about school. So that's the only reason why we're here. Is to learn the particular lessons that you're supposed to learn. So you graduate. And
That's
that's
a
it.
fact.
That's good.
Absolutely. I gotta
So
say.
graduation day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something to celebrate.
Yeah.
One reason why we're here.
Yeah. Man, it's incredible synchronicity. I mean, we've been trying to get you on the show for a minute. We were looking for the right time and everything. So I'm sad Priest couldn't be here at this moment, but we're gonna get you guys both back again at the same time too in the future. But you know, at least we can come together now and you guys get to drop your knowledge, because man, Ka, I mean, people think I know astrology, but I'm like, yo, Ka Zodiak knows astrology more than I do. I come to you for questions, and I gotta thank you because, man, you've already taught me some things about the North Node, and you give me updates about, you know, the effects of Jupiter, and, you know, I'm surprised how well you know my chart. Do you know what I mean? Because you're able to point out, well, AD, this is happening because you got this opposing the moon right now, and I'm like, yo, I appreciate you. Yeah.
My pleasure. And it's like I told you, my Saturn, which is the planet of responsibility, on your North Node in Virgo, which is all about information. So I have a responsibility to give you information that's going to help you in the direction that you're going to become what you're here to become.
Man, I'm telling you, just knowing you is synchronicity, man, because that's incredible. And I feel so great that we're able to share all this on this show, on this platform. We got a lot of people watching. We have a lot of people who know astrology already in the chat room, and people who watch the show. And there's people who are new to astrology too that are watching, that are just like, whoa, what is all this stuff too? So it's great. Well, we do know, we a lot of people already know about the Mercury retrograde that we had. You know, Priest brings it up a lot. I would consider the Mercury retrograde phenomena to be one of the most noticeable astrological things to happen. It happens 3 times a year usually, right? And people can notice, like, you know, traffic slowing down, and contracts are messing up, and, you know, problems with Mercury retrograde. Even advanced wedding planners know to, like, not let the couple get married during Mercury retrograde. So we know the power and impact that has. But right now we also have Saturn retrograde. Can you tell us what that means, or and let people know what that means?
Yeah. So I'm gonna touch on retrograde in general first.
Okay.
Right? Okay. Because retrogrades have become like the boogeyman, and most people don't have an understanding of what it really means and what the purpose of it is. It's not. It's not. Oh, your phones are gonna stop working, and all of a sudden, you know, you're going to be arguing with everybody, and communication is going to go haywire, and that's not what Mercury retrograde means. It's not what any retrograde means. It doesn't mean that those planets are functioning improperly, and everything they indicate is going to break down. It doesn't mean that. It just simply means read.
Okay.
Go back. So for example, in Mercury's case, you're going back and you're rethinking, you're reanalyzing, you're rewriting. Somebody may have sent you a message that you never got. And then all of a sudden you notice it, like, oh man, you sent me this 3 months ago. I never saw it until today. You know what I'm saying? Because as Mercury goes, or appears to, because it's an illusion, it doesn't really go backwards. It appears to, right?
Yeah.
Everything is mental. So what happens is, we analyze things, we rethink things, we go back. Imagine yourself going to the store. Right? You're going to the store, you're going to get something, right? On your way to the store, you realize, oh, I forgot my list. You go back. The second you get to that light, and you're like, oh man, I got to turn around. That's Mercury retrograde. You go back and retrace the same streets and everywhere that you went back to your house. When you get to your house, right? When you go and you get the list, now Mercury goes direct. You turn back around and head back in the direction you was going in, seeing the same streets, seeing the same things you saw, but your perspective is different now because you realize things you didn't realize the first time. So it's like this, right? Mercury, being the ruler of Gemini, gives you an opportunity to redo things because Mercury is copy, it's duplicates. Gemini is the twins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Mercury being the ruler of that in Virgo, it's all about copying, doppelgangers, doubles, duplicates. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is you may have a plan that you started working on, but you wasn't ready. There's certain factors and information that you weren't aware of. But now the retrograde occurs, you go back, you reanalyze, you get more information than you had the first time, and now you're going back with a more clear understanding of what your mission is, which isn't a bad thing. That's a great thing. If you get it, it's like this. You go to take a test, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all right, teacher says, you know what? We're gonna give you the weekend. You can come back, you know what I'm saying, and we'll take the test. Well, now you got more time to study. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you could be more prepared for when the test comes. So the test is Saturn. Now we're dealing with Saturn retrograde, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Saturn is our harsh lessons. Saturn is our sense of responsibility. It's the weight and the burden. It's the cross we carry. That's why when you look at the symbol of Saturn, you see a cross at the top, right?
Mm.
Wow.
Because everybody carries a cross, and that's the cross that you're carrying, right? It's also, I'm about to go deep. I'm sorry, I can't do light. I can only go deep. I'm a Scorpio ascendant. I can only go deep. You don't go deep.
Go in.
Right.
Yeah, do it.
So, hey, D,
Yeah.
you had said something about this being hell.
Mm.
And I'm going to elaborate on that because you're right.
Mm.
There's a realization I had about that, and there's the science that helped me to come to this realization. So, Saturn, when you look at the cross, a cross is also a box, 490-degree angles, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's straight 360, it's a box. It's square. Everything dealing with Saturn, the ruler of Capricorn, is all boxes and squares. That's why it deals with limitation, it deals with boundaries, it deals with borders, it deals with restrictions, right? So, few words. When you look at the Kaaba, it just means cube, right?
Mm-hmm.
Square again. That's Saturn. Well, we're living inside of the square. So I'll give you an example of this, right? If we take the word hell, and you take the two L's, and you cross them, what do you get?
Wait, say that again.
The word hell.
Okay.
H-E-L-L.
Take the two L's.
When you take the two L's, and you cross the L, what do you get?
A box.
You get the hex.
You get the X. Okay.
It's a hex.
Oh, I see what you're
Because
saying.
the two L's become the X.
Mm.
He, which is man, with right, the cross, which is the body, right?
Yeah.
Hex. Your body is the square. It is the cross. You understand?
Mm.
So you're the spirit that's trapped inside of that box. You understand? And that box is simply what? It's a measurement of time. Everything in that box is in that box for a certain amount of time. Once you enter into the physical, you're dealing with time. Time does not apply to the mind. You take a nap right now, right? And in that dream that you go into, you can live a whole lifetime. Come out of that nap, 5 minutes went by. Only 5 minutes, but it seemed like a whole lifetime went by in that 5 minutes. Because time doesn't apply to that. Time applies to the physical. I could, in my mind, grow a whole tree, make that tree produce mangoes, eat every single one of them in my dream if I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
The physical, you have to wait a certain amount of time for that seed to grow into a tree, for that tree to produce fruit, fruition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tree is also Saturn, by the way, the cross, same thing, right? Because man is the tree, right?
Yeah.
So let's get back to the hex. If you were to, let me give you a vision. I want to give you a visual.
Oh shit.
We gotta have some visuals.
Yep. Okay.
Let me-
You're clear on this end.
if you were to take a hexagon, right?
Mhm.
How I can share this. Y'all got it. Let me know if you can see this.
Yeah.
You see it?
Yep.
All right. Here's your hexagon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's your hexagon. When you connect all of the corners of the hexagon, you get what? You get a cube.
Yep.
That's the cube, right?
Mm-hmm.
The cube, which is the Kaaba, right?
Yep.
The square. So here's what happens. Inside of the hexagon, which is the hex, which is what man is, he with the X at the end. And oh, by the way, the two L's are the legs, right? Because the legs are what hold you down. The legs are what connects you to the earth plane. You understand?
Yep.
It's what grounds you. Why Capricorn ruled by Saturn is the earth sign. It's what grounds you, roots you into the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the cube and the square. By the way, if you were to take this, you also get the Star of David out of this too.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's all the same thing. The hex alpha, right?
Yep.
Okay. And as you see, this is the wheel too.
Yeah.
Wheel too.
So it's like our 3D dimension is the box.
Yes.
But we're hexed into it.
Yes. Exactly right.
You can only transcend, but you transcend the confines of that particular box, so to speak, that third dimensional plane, that we say we're confined to, that we're trapped to, that we're prisoners to that third dimensional reality. We can actually transcend that so-called box by virtue of what? Ascending in the tree of life, which is what, you were explaining, the Saturn is the tree and all these different metaphors that mean the same thing. You can transcend the parameters of that particular box or the third dimensional plane.
So
clearly.
That would be the fourth dimension then, right?
And so on.
Wow.
And so on. What people, Zodiac, we built on this many times. People talk about, I'm moving into the fifth dimension. I'm moving into the sixth dimension. I'm moving into the seventh dimension. There's only the number of dimensions that correspond to the houses of the Zodiac.
Well, we about to go in. We about to go in. Oh, hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
We got to go all the way in because here we go connect this to the wheel, right?
Okay.
The chart really is. All right. The reason why there's 12 signs, which are the 12 dimensions. 12 dimensions. These
and 12 tribes of Israel. You can keep going. 12.
12 nights at the round table, right? 12 apostles. It's the same thing over and over again, right? But the reason why it's 12 is this, right? And the reason why you're a box is this. I don't care what figure you're talking about. It's got a front, it's got a back, it's got a left side, it's got a right side, it's got a top, and it's got a bottom. That's 6. You have a front, right? You got a back, you got a left, you got a right, you got a top and a bottom. That's 6 sides, right?
Yeah.
6 on the outside equals 6 on the inside. When you add that up, what do you get?
Oh, what? 36. What? What do you say?
Whoa. All right.
Okay.
Front, back, left, right, top, bottom. That's 6. For every face, for every front, there's a back. For every if I were to hold up a piece of paper, there's a front to it, there's a back to it, right? So for that 6, there's a double, there's a duplicate. It makes it 12. You understand? Inside, there's 6 outside and 6 inside, which creates 12. You can't create more than that.
I see what you're saying.
I don't look.
So really quickly, right there, anybody who's torn and confused and tossing, their mind between two different, is it 13 signs? Is it 12? No, we just explained to you right there. There's no 13 signs.
Right.
There's 12 houses in the Zodiac. Like we said, 12 apostles, 12 tribes of Israel. There is no 13.
Yeah,
and the 13, yes. Sorry.
The powers of be are trying to confuse people and get them away from astrology. Do you know what I mean? The 13th sign is basically Ophiuchus, which is just technically could be considered a cusp.
Part of Scorpio, part of Sagittarius.
Exactly.
The 13 really, the 13th man really, Christ is the center point.
Mm-hmm.
It carries the cross. The cross is created by the intersection. You understand? Just like if we go back to here again, right? With my where's it at? Did I lose my box? Yeah, here we go. The intersection. Mm-hmm. The 13 is in the center. You understand? It's not on the circle, it's in the circle. Because that's where you master the clock. The 12 is the clock. You say something real simple, right?
That's why Jesus is known as the 13th disciple. Because he is the center of that circle. The intersection of those dimensions that you're talking about, which creates the cross, and how they say you die on the cross and Jesus died on the cross, is all metaphoric for the fact that you are the center of the story. You are the Jesus figure in your story. You represent the intersection of those four dimensions, those four planes, like you said, where the cross, where those two legs meet, or where those two lines meet, that creates the four, whether it's north, south, east, west, up, down, left, right, earth, water, fire, air. And then the center is what? Ether. Just in the center is the Jesus figure, the 13. So you are like the center after you mastered the 12, right? I mean, Zodiac, what you think? You want to, y'all following?
Exactly. And the cross, which is created by the intersection, is the opposite of the course. The circle around it is the course, right? But the intersection of them all is the cross. Yeah. You understand?
Yeah, the hero's journey. Yeah, all around the circle. And every time you watch a movie, you're watching the hero's journey.
Exactly.
You're watching something being grown, something happening. It's all good. And then you have the antagonist. And then they go through trials and tribulations, which can be considered fall. The hero is falling. They're betrayed. There's sometimes betrayal in these movies, which can be considered, the sun being betrayed by Scorpio. Yeah, Judas. And then they rise up again, through winter and into spring. The hero's journey.
Same cycle. That's all that exists. The same cycle over and over and over and over and over. You know what I'm saying?
At the end of the day, this shit is beautiful, man. You learn this stuff, and it's like, wow, it's incredible.
It makes it all make sense.
It does. You know
I have a question.
Okay.
One of my questions, you said the way to get out of the third and to get to the fourth dimension, you transcend through your zodiac sign.
You transcend through mastering your blueprint. And that is, of course, different for everyone, because your natal chart or your divine blueprint, your divine contract, however you want to describe it, it's different for you than it is for me and the next person. But your transcendence, your ascension process on any level is basically you mastering the contract that was assigned to your journey when you came here. So whether you're ascending to the third dimension, or you're skipping the third and going into the fourth or the fifth, it's really about mastery of, like I said, just what's written and inscribed for you in that divine blueprint. And like Zodiac was speaking about Saturn is, your entire chart addresses mastery, but of the self. But Saturn specifically deals with mastery. It is the planet that governs achievement, accomplishment, being the exemplary force in front of everyone. Like if people say, how do I live my life to the best of my ability? And you were the person to show that by example, then you would more than likely be mastering the Saturn placement in your chart. So this, you know, there's a lot of talk nowadays about transcendence and ascension. Like we even talk ascension symptoms. And I mean, this is like popular conversation now. Hey, priest.
Hey, we got Priest in the building, y'all. What's up, KP?
So,
How you
yeah.
doing?
Yo, y'all summoned me, man. Yo, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, yo. Word. I'm in the zone right now. Y'all
Yeah.
keep on. Hold on. We got the great, oh man, Tiye Phoenix and Zodiak. Yo, y'all going in, man. I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm here. Yo, continue to build, brother. How you doing?
I'm listening. I'm on a high like no other right now. This is the first time I've gone a week without blazing in. I can't even remember. Can't remember. But you can't tell.
Word.
Yeah.
This is fire.
I'm super high for energy right now. You know what I'm saying?
See myself though.
Okay, Priest, you see yourself?
No.
No.
For some reason.
Well, we're sharing screen right now. Ka, I'm gonna unshare for a second while we have Priest joining us.
Yo, but finish the bill.
Okay.
Yo, this is mind blowing. Do not stop. What's up, Ty?
Hey, priest. I'm so glad you made it through.
Yeah, definitely. I can't miss this one. This one is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm tuned in. Word.
Yo, they're already going in, man. And Myeoshe is doing a great job over here as guest host.
What up? Yo, what's
thank
good?
Thank you, Priest, for having me. They showing you love out here. They miss you.
Leo. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Leo gang. So
Yeah.
I want to get back to what Miss Ty was saying.
Go ahead.
Oh, about Saturn be representing mastery.
Yes. So right now, Saturn. Right now, we're in Saturn retrograde. Correct.
Correct.
So as for Leos, since I'm a Leo, I'm pretty sure the Leos want to know. So right now, what is happening for Leos right now in this Saturn retrograde?
Okay. It's funny because I talk about this a lot on my channel. You Leos, I show y'all a lot of love and focus because Saturn is retrograde in your 7th house. 7th house is the house of other people. So that would be your neighbor down the street, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your classmates, your coworkers, there's other people. The 1st house is you. The opposite of that, the 7th house is other people, the reflection, right? So Saturn in Aquarius, because it's retrograde in Aquarius, Aquarius is your other house. That's your partner house. So Saturn's retrograde in your partner house. So if Saturn is about mastery, some of the other keywords that Zodiak spoke about earlier when he said mastery, he said Saturn is time. For those of you who know like Roman and Greek history, the other name for Saturn is Chronos. Which means father time. You heard Mother Earth, father time. So father time, Saturn, Capricorn, Mother Earth, Cancer, opposite. Had to shout my zodiac real quick because you know my solar return coming up. Cancer's in the building. But
right.
back to Leos. Okay. Saturn retrograde. So Saturn is about maturity, accomplishment, being goal-oriented, dedicated, focused, mature, right? And it's retrograde in your 7th house. And like Zodiac explained earlier, what retrograde means is literally going over old territory that was covered already. Those degrees that Saturn is going over now, it already went over those degrees at a previous time. But you'd had some things that you overlooked or you didn't understand it, or you got a higher sense of knowledge, awareness, or consciousness now. So you got to go back and revisit some of those experiences with your friends, your enemies, your lovers, your husband, your wife, all those, the 7th house, other people. You got to go back and revisit some of those experiences. Saturn is going over previous degrees so that you can re-experience those situations with other people. But now you might do it differently. The last time you had a discussion with that person. I should have said that. Now you get an opportunity to say it. Or, you know what? When that opportunity comes up again, I'm not going to say anything. I've transcended the experience. I'm going to move on. However it may play out, but you're going to get an opportunity to revisit the experience with other people, relationship partners, like I said, people you do, professional partners, platonic, professional, creative, doesn't matter. Just other people who are reflecting you. So Saturn, because Saturn is known as the taskmaster, Saturn is known as the karma dealer. And I know people often naturally associate karma with a negative experience, but karma is not good or bad. You know what I mean? So some people are having a karmic experience and loving it. Some people are having a karmic experience and hating it. So it's not a given to say Saturn's in retrograde in your 7th house, so your relationship sector of your life is horrible right now. That's not true. It's really dependent upon how you're mastering the lessons that are showing up through Saturn. So the more cooperative you are, the more mature you are, the more tuned in you are to what the messages that Saturn is sending you. I'm talking to Leo specifically about your other friends, coworkers, like I said, your associates, whatever, then the experience probably won't be as harsh or destructive. For some people it is. Like some people are in poor business dealings or criminal dealings, and Saturn in the 7th house, they was in the car when such and such went into the 7-Eleven and robbed it. And when he came out, now both of y'all going to jail. You know why? Because Saturn told you that you have to be more selective and deliberate about the people with whom you share your energy and your time. And maybe the last time that lesson showed up for you, you ignored it, or you didn't pay attention, or it went over your head. So Saturn retrograde for some Leos, I know a few Leos, and Zodiac can attend to this, that have court coming up around rape issues and legal matters, because Saturn opposite them, one young thug would be one example of a Leo who has some court issues. He's not the only one, and I don't want to just start espousing Leos and Aries. What you said?
It's gonna be because Saturn deals with time and longevity and endurance. Anybody, look, explain this. Why you said legal issues, right? When you're dealing with the 7th house or whatever sign is opposite the sign in question, that's legal because of the fact that it deals with Libra, which is the scales of balance. You go outside the courtroom, you see the scales, right?
Yeah, the signs of justice.
Right, the scales of justice, right? Because when you're dealing with balance, you're weighing out one versus the other. So the 1st house or Aries will be you, or any sign that you put to what's called the ascendant or the 1st house position. So whatever sign opposes that sign balances it. It deals with your personal partners, not your friends. In this case, Aquarius does, but generally the 7th house doesn't indicate that. Personal one-on-one relationships, right? But also legal issues, right? So think about this, right? Marriages. People who end up having going to court and having legal issues, a lot of times it be with their partner. You know what I'm saying? It'd be with we was together for 10 years and then we broke up and now we in court together, right? Because that's the 7th house, right?
So like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case.
Oh wow, that's a good one.
That was their retrograde.
I don't. To be honest, I've seen people talk about the astrological charts of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and whatever. I just wasn't drawn to it for whatever reason. Like, I'm not really like checking for Johnny Depp like that, but I probably should have did my research on it just to be informed. But what Kai Zodiac was saying, Leos, you want to make a mental list right now. Saturn is in my 7th house. What is 7th house? Court. Like he said, court. Partners. What else is 7th house? Resources. What else is 7th house? Throw some more keywords out there, Kai Zodiac.
Open enemies.
Open enemies.
Open enemies.
Y'all got that, Leos? Because your season is coming up in about 10 days. 10 calendar days. But Saturn is opposite your Leo sun, anyway, for the next like year or so, whatever. It's been there for 2 years. But Saturn retrograde, a lot of Leos have been going through divorces and going through relationship changes and shifts in the dynamics of their relationships because they have Saturn in the 7th house. And Saturn is, like we said, father time. It represents maturity. So that means if you've been dating somebody who's immature or that relationship is not progressing you or pushing you forward, that shit probably hit the Saturn was like, out of here. Get it out of here.
Now,
because Saturn is a really it's like an all or nothing kind of thing. Saturn is actually, forgive my French, it's like a cock blocker. So I'm sorry. I don't know, I can't censor myself. So, am I right? Saturn's like a cock blocker. Like just when you think you about to have fun, like, oh, the party's getting started. Saturn is like, no, the party's not getting started because you have to address these responsibilities, these obligations, these issues that you haven't yet understood, or you keep misconstruing the meaning or the purpose. And, we got to keep going over this and over, like the Young Thug situation, not to throw him under the bus. I just want to use him as an example because it's public. If you remember, he was a guest on, I think, the Wallow Gilly podcast, like a couple weeks prior to the whole, RICO case thing going down. And these Wallow very passionately and vehemently explained to him, like, listen, pull it back, get it together. I don't know if y'all saw that. That was out there, but you saw that, right, Priest?
Yeah, I've seen it. That was crazy.
That was Saturn. That was Saturn in the form of the other person, 7th house, coming to you saying, listen.
An older person, Saturn. Saturn is elders, people who are like father figures, people who are mature, right? People who help you to discipline yourself. You know what I'm saying? So if you were a Leo and anybody really, because Aquarius is a sign of knowledge, Saturn represents maturity, eldership, so forth and so on. It's the time to listen to the maturity and the wisdom of the elders. Is what it is.
That's good.
Now,
and you see it happen. You see a shift happening in the consciousness where we've come to this point where we realize the mistakes that we've made in certain ways, and we got to go back and listen to those who came before us. It's ancient knowledge returning as if it's new.
Now, isn't 7th house technically Libra energy?
Yes.
Yes.
So
that's why we said it was other people, and we said it was court and legal.
Okay.
Does that mean necessarily that things will be off balance? Can they also be experiencing balance at this time?
Let me take that. It depends on what the situation was before that, because what Saturn does, Saturn is what's called exalted in Libra, right? And the reason why is because every planet has a sign that it when it's in that position, it does very well in it, naturally. It's a simplifier, right? So Libra, as you know, being legal issues, law, so forth and so on, right? Imagine going to court and you're sitting there across from, you got the defendant over there and you're going back and forth, but there's no judge. There's nobody to tell you, all right, you're putting the hammer down, Saturn again. You're putting the hammer down, black robe, Saturn again, right? And giving the final determination of what it is. You go back and forth forever, which happens a lot of times in relationships. If there's nobody that gives the final say. So this is what this is, or what it isn't. So Saturn is the judge. It's a harsh judge too, right? And that judge is judging things based upon the sign that it's in. So when Aquarius is judging things based on you knew knowledge, Aquarius. You're accountable, Saturn, for what you know. You know what I'm saying? So
Saturn is accountability too.
Well,
humanity's supposed to know.
What does the ring represent?
What ring?
The ring of Saturn.
The binding, the long-term agreements. For example, like he said, like Zodiak said, Saturn is exalted in Libra, meaning that it loves being there. So planets have their places of exaltation, like how you have I love being in my bedroom versus the kitchen. Or if you're a chef, I love being in the kitchen versus the living room. You have your place that you like being. Saturn its place of exaltation where it loves to be is Libra. So, you know, the rings, Saturn representing, like we said, Chronos, father time, long-term agreements, contracts. So when you get married, what do they present? The ring. They present a ring to you to represent like binding. Exactly.
That's
so
good.
the ties that bind, literally.
Knows anything about what you just said? Your chart is your ring because it's a circle, right? Every single one of us came through a yoni, which is the overlapping of two circles, right? Your mother's one circle, the moon. Your father's one circle, the sun. You're the combination of the overlapping of those two circles, the union of those two rings.
Damn.
You understand?
That's the Vesica Pisces.
Yeah.
The Vesica Pisces.
That's
Yep.
the Pisces, right? Which you actually also see in the Virgo symbol, which is the balance of because that's the fisher of men. You understand? You got the fish and you got the one fishing.
That's the two fish.
The
Wow.
Vesica Pisces.
Yeah, the Vesica Pisces. So as far as the rings go, we're here to become the Lord of the Rings. Saturn, that's what maturity is, to master your ring, to master your will, your circle.
So when y'all like anybody in the chat, you want to like you get astrology readings or you want to know about what's the status of your relationship with your partner and you know, should I date this person or whatever, when y'all get order synastry readings and stuff, just so you know, when you look at the composite Saturn, that's your Saturn, their Saturn together, or when you look at how one person's Saturn is affecting the other person's Venus or whatever, that's going to tell you the potential for the long-term, you know, the long-term potential of the relationship. For example, like my parents, right? My mom's Venus was the same sign and degree as my dad's Saturn. And they died out of the marriage. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, like, so Saturn, just so you also want to know in terms of how Saturn is showing up, in terms of how you're connecting with the other people in your life. If you guys got Venus, Saturn, like I said, something in the synastry, someone's Venus conjuncting or someone's Venus trining the other person's Saturn or whatever, or, you know, usually it represents long-term agreements, long-term relationship dynamics. Now that doesn't mean that the relationship is going to be great. Like there are people who are together for 50 years and it's been hell. You know what I mean? So it's not like there's no guarantee like, oh, we got a Venus Saturn conjunction, we're going to be happy for 25 years. Like maybe not, you know?
Yeah, I always remind people that all of these readings and interpretations that we see from astrology are more like tendencies. Your awareness of the charts and awareness of these things can make adjustments. They can make changes. Do you know what I mean? Just how molecules know they're being watched, and then they'll change behaviors. I think knowing your own chart can change what would have been your destiny, or it becomes your destiny to begin with at all too.
It would be part of your destiny to know it in the first place. There's some people who will never ever come across that knowledge.
Yo,
ever.
That's crazy. I love it, man.
Because
Hey,
you can only
go ahead.
Give him a bump.
We'll give him a bomb for that. You guys aren't going to hear the bomb from Zoom, but it was just there, right there.
I'm gonna match the bomb.
We got a couple super chats right here. We're gonna hit up real quick. From shout out to Danny Salinas again. Shout out to Triple JC. Let's see. Okay, U-Salt says, I had my second child on 2/2/22. Congratulations, U-Salt.
Right, congratulations.
Triple JC says, shout out to Priest. Homecoming Harvest says, blessings to Priest and the fam. Khalik, I'm one of your A1 day ones from the Eat Yourself Sexy tribe.
Right on. Yeah.
Grateful. He says, grateful to be here. Or she says, I don't know if it's a he or she. Grateful to be here. Shout out to Homecoming Harvest for the $20. Danny Divine says, this build is special. My condolences, Priest. Blessings, send love and strength to you and your family. Much love to you all on the panel. Thank you. All right. Shout out to Danny
Shout
Divine
out to Danny Divine
for that. And we lost Priest. Where'd he go?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
He's still here. He's still here in the energy. Still here.
That's right. That's right.
I wanted to touch on something to elaborate on what you were saying about the Saturn and Aquarius for Leos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because typically, having Aquarius in your 7th house is going to mean you're going to have an unstable relationship. Wherever you have Aquarius, there's going to be instability. It's going to be fluctuating. It's going to be wavering. It's going to be on and off. You know what I'm saying? People appear, disappear, so forth and so on. Right? That's what Aquarius indicates. It's never steady. It's the sign of change. It's a constant in and of itself. Right? While Saturn is in your 7th house, in Aquarius, it gives an opportunity to gain a certain degree of stability that wouldn't normally be there. Because it stills and it grounds what would normally waver. Right?
Wow.
Mature, long-term relationship. Because
Saturn is stillness. What is Young Thug doing in jail?
Still.
He's right. It's
Sat.
stillness.
Sat down. Saturn. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Saturn down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yo, because I mean, I always was able to easily learn what the planets did, but I'm so impressed with the more advanced astrology, which is what you guys are into, which is looking at the houses and seeing the aspects, which now seems a lot more important because you're talking about destiny.
Right.
You're talking about, you know, if this placement is here, you're going to go through certain types of relationship situations. And that's what I find so fascinating. Do you know what I mean? So you're
the aspects are so important because you can see certain things that are going to happen. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to share the screen again, just to
go ahead,
to show you what I mean. Whatever planets are close to the same degree, those two planets are forming a relationship with each other, regardless of the sign they're in. So I'll give you an example. Right now, or at least the last time I looked, the Moon and Saturn, right, are both 24, right? So what does that mean? Moon, Saturn, and Pluto, and Neptune, all close to each other. 24, 24, 25, 27. The Moon represents our emotions.
Yeah.
We know it's Cancer season, right? Ruled by the Moon. Moon is the mother. Pluto is death. Saturn is heaviness, right? Neptune deals with loss. When you combine all those together, right? There's numerous ways you can read it. Moon, Saturn is gonna still you. It's gonna make you feel serious. It can make you feel heavy. You understand? Moon, Pluto, you it's a sense of depth, a sense of mystery, right? There's a sense of loss, of death, of debt, right? Neptune can make you feel sleepy. Whatever the Moon touches, you're gonna feel. Whatever Mercury touches, you're gonna say, right? Whatever the Sun touches, you're gonna do. You understand?
Because Mercury is communication.
Because Mercury is communication, yeah. So what are we talking about? Mercury's in Cancer. What's the topic? Cancer.
Home.
Right. Home.
Nurturing. Oh man, yo.
Wow. That's deep.
And because Cancer is ruled by the Moon, and the Moon is in close aspect to Pluto, death, right? Saturn, heaviness, Neptune, loss. See, that's the energy.
That's deep.
Now, for those watching at home, you're showing a chart of where the planets are right now.
Currently, their current position.
Right. So this is a current chart. And for those who don't know astrology yet, your chart is called your natal chart. And if you want to know what your chart is, you can go to Google and type in natal chart. What would you say? Natal chart calculator. Is there a particular website you guys recommend, like Cafe Astrology?
Yeah. Astro.com.
Astro.com?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay, for you guys at home who are new to this, go to astro.com and type in your info. You can see your chart. And you can even, look at your chart as you're watching this episode. and get some insight there. Because
Good.
man, go ahead.
Good. So you can read the collective energy. For example, right? We're all part of the great I am. We're all one. When you're looking at the transiting planets, you're looking at the chart for all of us collectively.
Mm.
You're looking at God's chart, which in the moment that you were born and that first breath you took, which your chart is based on, you are God, the embodiment of what the universe was doing and saying at that moment. Slow down. You understand?
Mm.
But this is what we're all collectively experiencing, which of course, each of us being individuals, those transiting planets are going to affect everybody a little bit differently, but there's going to be certain things we all have in common.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So the sun in Cancer opposite Pluto, which is death in Capricorn, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the energy as we build up. And we're going to touch on that too, to this full moon. Because we're coming right before a full moon.
Yeah.
Pluto.
Wednesday is the full moon, right? Full moon in Capricorn.
I'm going to pull it up for you. Right?
Okay.
This is it right here, right? I'm explaining this to you because the full moon is 21 degrees of Capricorn. My moon is 21 degrees of Capricorn.
Oh, wow.
And Wednesday is my birthday.
Hey,
happy birthday.
All right. Happy birthday in advance. Yeah.
Right. So we can see that on a collective level.
Mm-hmm.
This full moon energy is going to bring a feeling of death and of endings. Because Capricorn it ends things, because Capricorn is when you reach the goal.
Yeah.
When you get to the top, it's the climax. It's the top of the mountain. It's the peak. It's the apex. It's the pinnacle.
Which is ironic because Capricorns are so goal oriented. They're so into their achievements, you know, like, look what I've accomplished. I've built this, build, you know, it's an earth sign. So they're always building foundation. I have a few Capricorn buddies of mine. They got the house, they got the wife and the kids, and they have a real estate job. And I've built my energy. I'm like, that's that Capricorn energy. It's a beautiful thing, you know?
Goes deep, AD. You were Pisces, right?
Yes, sir.
From the perspective of Pisces, Aquarius is the 12th house. Capricorn is the 11th house, which corresponds to the 11th sign, which is Aquarius, which is your friend. Capricorn is a friend of Pisces. Understand?
Yeah.
Every sign is an actual friend, right?
That's crazy.
The first thing you could have brought up any sign, your buddy, Capricorn. Capricorn's your friend.
Yeah, I got a bunch of Capricorn homies. That's crazy. Now, I know I might be going off here, but so what? A lot of people come to me asking about compatibility. Yo, who am I compatible? And I always tell them, like, you can't know your compatibility based on your sun sign. You could talk about tendencies, you know, like Aries are often going with Scorpios or this or that, Capricorns and Sags. There are tendencies of sun signs, but when you look at a chart, what houses are you looking at for a compatibility the most?
You're looking at houses and planets. You're looking at, you would look at your synastry, which for those who don't know what that is. You can do a chart where you take one person's wheel, put it inside or outside of the other person's, and see how your planets affect theirs. Right?
Okay.
So I'll give you an example, right? Let's say you have the moon in Capricorn like this is here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your partner has Mars in Capricorn where you have the moon. Well, you may have issues with your living circumstance. If you had tried to have a domestic situation, it may be a domestic violence situation because Mars and the moon together create domestic violence often, right? It can, or that person may bring up childhood wounds that you have, childhood traumas, and set you into emotional aggression, right? Or that person is going to hurt your feelings because Mars hurts whether it wants to or not is irrelevant because it's fire. Fire is going to burn something. Fire can't help that. Whatever fire touches is going to burn, except for water. You know what I'm saying? Mars, you can boil water. So Mars this person really get me upset. Why? And Mars touches your moon, right? So they boil your water, literally. So the best thing you could do is to observe how elements interact with each other in nature and know that we're the embodiment of that. You understand?
Yeah.
Let me hop in really quick and answer that question about compatibility, because that's one of the main reasons why a lot of people get readings is to know whether or not he's the one or she's the one. So what typically, like Khalik said, what Ka Zodiac said, was that, of course, we look at the synastry chart. You want to look at what's affecting the 4th house or what's showing up in the 4th house, the 7th house, the 8th house, and the 12th house. Not saying you don't look at the other houses I didn't mention, but usually those particular houses people focus on. Why? Because the 4th house is Cancer, family, right?
Yeah.
5th house is romance. So some people look at that, but 7th house, partnership, 8th house, sexual compatibility, or the exchange of resources. 12th house, do we have a past life relationship? You guys, what is that word, that catchphrase everybody, was so hyped on for a while? Twin flame, right? Twin flame, soulmate. I know, like, people really, they're curious about, is this person my soulmate, my twin flame, or as they say in the YouTube world, is this person my person? They say my person. So what you want to do, like you said, you want to get a synastry reading or a composite reading, which is your chart, their chart, and the midpoint between both individuals' planets in their individual natal charts. There's the midpoint calculation. So your Mars, their Mars, the midpoint is the composite Mars. Your sun, their sun, the midpoint is the composite sun. So the composite chart is the midpoint between both planets in both individuals' natal charts. Now, you have to be clear about what it is that you want. Some people want companionship. Some people want to build a family, with the other person and have a long term. Some people just want to date and have fun. All of that's indicated in the composite placements. All of that's indicated by the synastry. So when people say, well, does he really love me? Does she really love me? When I look and I see the composite sun is in Leo, I know that usually the chances are pretty great that love is there. Why? Because Leo is the sign associated with love. If the composite sun is in Aquarius, I'm like, well, it may be a little difficult to accept if you wanted to have like a stable, long-term love connection with that other person, when Aquarius symbolizes detachment and freedom. But, the charts never lie. So, Ka Zodiac, you want to chime in on which houses and the synastry between the nodes and the inner planets? Like, your Venus on their south node means you guys were lovers in a past life. Your moon on their north node, you guys have an emotional connection in this life. There's so many different factors, of course, that I can't summarize in 10 seconds now. But just to address your question about compatibility, there are specific things you want to look at in synastry and composite charts to determine who this person is, what role they've come to play in your life, and vice versa. What you say, Ka Zodiac?
Well, to elaborate on that, right? You would also have to look at this, right? A Gemini, what they're looking for in a relationship is completely different than what a Cancer is looking for.
Yeah.
Right? So, for example, Gemini is balanced by Sag, right? They have long distance relationships. They have variety. They don't want a partner. They want partners.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I like this. I like that. I want 3 of those. I want 2 of these, so forth and so on, right?
Yeah.
Somebody who's a Cancer, they're interested in stability and grounding and stabilization, which is completely different. Gemini's like, I want somebody to take me on a trip, Sag. Going on vacation. You know what I'm saying? The Cancer's like, nah, I want somebody who I can build, who I can build something with. We're gonna build a business together, or we're gonna build a home together, and you're gonna help to ground me. You know what I'm saying? Taurus is thinking, hey, well, I got Scorpio in the 7th house. You know what I'm saying? They're thinking about the sexuality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they get intense with it, and they're trying to make some money. They all about their bag.
Right. They're thinking about how we can get money together. You know what I'm saying? Scorpio is also shared resource, right?
Yeah.
Aquarius is thinking about creative things. They're thinking about children, right? Pisces is thinking about working together because they got Virgo in their 7th house.
Yeah.
We go around, right? Aries got Libra there, right? So they want balance, right? But they thinking about they selfish. Truth be told, Aries is selfish.
Yeah.
Now when we talk about these archetypes, I want to give this disclaimer, right? Nobody is just one sign. Everybody is all of them. I had this realization the other day, right? Where I was thinking about the disciples, the apostles. There was no such thing as Jesus and the 12 disciples, and all of the apostles and Jesus are all one. It's like one person with multiple personalities. You know what I'm saying? Because when the sun goes in the Taurus, it becomes Taurus, which is one apostle. Then when it went into Gemini, it became another apostle. Then when it went into Cancer, it became another one. But it's the same sun.
Yeah.
You understand? So Jesus becomes each of these different apostles as the sun goes into these different signs, not different entities, because all of them exist as part of the one circle, right? So I'm saying that to say, if somebody is Cancer and you say something about Cancer, it doesn't mean that applies to the totality of who you are, because nobody is just one sign. You're all of them. You are, let's say you, because it's Cancer season, right? Let's say you were Cancer, right? Like Tiye. When it comes to money, she's a Leo. When it comes to communication, she's a Virgo. When it comes to her home and her living circumstances, she's a Libra. So she wants to beautify her home, right? She wants to live in a beautiful place. She wants domestic partnership. When it comes to what her enjoyment and entertainment is, she becomes a Scorpio.
Now,
right?
Are you talking about her planets or the placements in the houses?
No, I'm only talking about the signs alone. If you were to remove the planets and only look at the signs, you're still all 12 of them. Okay, let's take you, right? You're a Pisces, right? From the perspective of Pisces, when you deal with money, you're an Aries. When you deal with food, you're an Aries. You might eat fast. You may say you may be.
I do eat fast. That's crazy.
I'm in traffic and I need a sandwich, man. You know what I'm saying? You start
eating
because you want it. But somebody who's an Aries, even though they're fast and impatient when it comes to food, they got Taurus in the second house, so they're more patient with that.
Now, let's make it clear for people at home, because I know what you're saying, but you're saying this because Aries is in my second house. The second house represents the mouth and the Taurus part of the body. And we're gonna go into medical astrology pretty soon here too.
That's good.
But I just want to make it clear for people at home, like, how does he know that? You know what I mean? Because I get it, because I'm a Pisces, my second house is in Aries, and Aries would mean that this part of me would be, and that would mean that my third house, my third house would be in Taurus. So
you communicate more slowly and deliberately. You take time to think things over. Even if, like I said, we remove there are archetypes.
Wow.
There's all kind of people that are walking on the planet.
Yeah.
We talk, right? And all those 12 are really one, arranged differently. They're always in the same order, just in different positions, right?
Yeah. Boy, so that's like a third way of reading someone's chart, because you've got the placements of the planets, you've got placements of where their planets are in the houses, and now you're talking about just where their sun sign is at. The rest of the chart correlates within themselves in two. So that's 3 ways of reading someone's chart.
And you can read somebody's chart from the perspective of the sun, or you can read it from the perspective of their rising or ascendant sign.
Okay.
And they're both accurate. You can read it from the moon, right? You can read somebody's mother, their grandmother. You know what I'm saying? You can look at the sun in somebody's chart and read their children. You can read their siblings through Mercury. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all in there, right?
Low key, the lunar chart, which changes obviously every 28 days.
Yeah.
Like the accuracy of that is like mind blowing. I'm not trying to say it trumps the accuracy of reading the solar chart or reading the natal chart. They're all accurate, but that lunar chart, like every 28 days, like reading that is mind blowing. Like it's so cool to go back, like say when you do like a lunar chart and you go back over because it changes, every 28 days. So
go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you, but I was saying, didn't the ancients track the moon first because it moved so quickly? Wasn't that the most prominent thing they looked at first?
I wouldn't even put it in a matter of order.
Okay.
First, second, but the moon is what you can track the easiest through all the stuff. You want to get to know somebody, right?
Yeah.
In order to know somebody, you got to know the full 360 degrees of who they are, right? When I was younger, we studied degrees. Then I got older and I realized those degrees, you don't learn degree. You came here with 360 degrees. And you're here to learn all 360 degrees of yourself, the full circle. You know, if you want to learn somebody, track their moon, track the moon. Why? Because you can learn their full circle in a month. Where by the sun, it'll take you a whole year to learn all their circles, right? So, for example, right, you being the Pisces, right? You track where the moon is going. The moon goes in the Aries, you know the moon is in your second house. You go in the Taurus, you know it's in your third house. You can study the way that person communicates. Goes into the fourth house, you know what's going on with their domestic situation. Go into the fifth house, you know what's going on, you know, with their children, entertainment and recreation and things of that nature. And you can track it all the way around, and you can see because as the moon goes through those 360 degrees, it's going to touch on every single one of their planets within a month. But for the sun, it's going to take longer. That's why I say it's not really a matter of first or second, but it's a matter of the fact that in order to know somebody, you got to know their full will. And you'll only experience them through the perspective that you're observing. Truth be told, you can only experience somebody through the lens of where you're standing.
Okay.
Like you were saying, right? If you're doing an experiment, whatever it is that you're studying it under the influence of your own energy, which is going to behave differently in your presence than it will in your absence. You know what I'm saying? You'll never be able to study anything or anybody else without it being influenced by you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It seems to get really complicated once we start looking at natal charts because it's so individual. But just to take it back because for those people that are watching at home and kind of just like trying to grasp all this, I want to take it back to looking at the current chart. When we know, like right now, we know the sun is in Cancer, right? What kind of influence from the sun in Cancer can we expect as a blanket energy to everybody? What are we all feeling right now? Looking at just the sun for right now.
Take that, Ty. You the Cancer.
As the president of the Cancer delegation, you know, that's like a joke, a running Cancer joke I've been doing forever. But Cancer is the mother of the Zodiac. It is the sign of home, family, and comfort. And when we say home, we don't literally mean the condo, the house, or the apartment. We mean what feels comfortable to us, what feels like home. So it's the friendships that feel like home, the job that feels like home, the hobbies or the career endeavors that feel like home. Whatever emotionally resonates with you, that is home. So Cancer is about home. So just always think about that. You know, for you guys who have not only Cancer placements, but you have the North Node or South Node in Cancer. There's something there about comfort and home that is going to be a prominent, prevalent theme in your life experience, more than likely. So right now with the sun in Cancer, and there's, 30 degrees in every sign, right? So what is today? The sun right now is 19 degrees of Cancer. So tomorrow being 20 degrees, that means we have 10 days left, because it's 30 degrees in every sign, 10 days left of Cancer season. So we are approaching the latter part, or what we call, if you divide the signs into 3 sections of 10 degrees, those 3 sections, those sections of 10 degrees are called decans. So we're approaching the third decan of Cancer season. Not only is the sun in Cancer, but Mercury, the communication planet, and also wanted to highlight, something about Mercury. We see astrology showing up in our language, right? So when we think about merchandise or mercantile or merchant marine, all of that comes from Mercury linguistically. So you're talking about ideas transferring, money being transferred, philosophies. Just think about Mercury inside of a thermometer. Like the actual scientific name for Mercury is quicksilver. So Mercury just deals with processes of going back and forth, not just words. Could like just everything energetically that goes back and forth. That's Mercury. So we have the sun and Mercury, not quite extremely close together. Like I said, the sun is 19 degrees, Mercury is 14, so they have a 5-degree orb between them, but close enough. Usually, and I want to say this for those of you who have the sun and Mercury together in your charts, like, well, I have the sun in Pisces and Mercury in Pisces, or I have the sun in Sagittarius and Mercury in Sagittarius. Those of you who have the sun and Mercury together in your natal charts, you're often very confident, effective communicators. Unless, of course, you know, not to go off into possible intricacies, but unless it's affected or afflicted somehow. But usually you people with sun and Mercury rolling together the same way the transiting sun and Mercury are together right now, you guys are often very, you know, effective, confident communicators. Because what is the sun? Confidence. And what is Mercury again? Communication. Also, we don't really talk too much about asteroids, but there's an asteroid called Black Moon Lilith that is in Cancer as well. So we have the sun, Mercury, and Black Moon Lilith in the sign of Cancer, 3 placements. That means we have a Cancer stellium. Any you know, time you have more than 3 planets in your chart or 3 planets in a house and transits, it's called a stellium. It just means a lot of stars.
A lot of
so we have a
there.
Cancer stellium activated right now. So right now, what are the themes happening? Again, comfort, family, nurturing, what's nurturing you, what's not, your emotions, as in, you know, what emotionally feels good, doesn't feel good, family, as in your relatives. And again, family meaning blood, but also family meaning those with whom we connect and with whom we consider what to be home. So, you know, that's just the basic, like, I don't know, elementary explanation, I guess, of what's going on right now.
I definitely want to show the people at home the elementary version just so that they can get an idea. Because, like, with the moon in Sag, that means our emotions are in Sagittarius energy right now. Is that correct?
Makes them amplified.
Amplified. Okay.
You feel very emotional, right? Because Sag increases. Anything that goes into it, it deals with growth, it deals with amplification, exaggeration, exaggeration. Right?
Oh, that's good.
Anything that is becomes bigger and enlarging. You know what I'm saying? Alice in Wonderland, you eat a little thing and it makes you bigger. That's Sag.
Yeah, well, when I think of Sag, I think of like entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
So one could say that with the moon in Sag, we're putting our emotions into our business or into our entrepreneurial efforts. Would that be a good way to read it?
That would be more Capricorn.
Oh, okay.
Sag doesn't care about that as much. Sag is the educator. It's the teacher. It's the
long distance traveler.
Think about it like this, right? Before we was able to sit here on the internet, talk to each other like this, jump on the plane, be on the other side of the world just like that. Those who knew the most information were the ones who traveled. Because all you knew was what was around you, right? But if somebody like, oh, I went over to here and I went there and I went there and I went there, you're gonna come back and they're gonna have a lot of stories to tell. Sad. So the travelers and the teachers coincided. This is why Sag deals with long distance travel, but it also deals with education because you learn through the experience of your travel, right? So this is what we're doing right now. Teaching. Sag is the teacher. Sag is exploration. It's the journey. Going on a journey, right? Which is why it's also the journal, right? Because you would write in the journal as you went on your journey.
It's beautiful because since timing is everything, this knowledge would allow us to know when to do things, when to launch a project, when not to launch something, when to do something, when not to do something. So when you're looking at a calendar and you're wondering, when should we drop this album? When should we do this? When should we do that? You can really start to calculate what would be best or most optimal to get things done. And that's where I see the value of all of this. You know what I mean? I just wanted to know. Go ahead.
That's why they call plan it, because they help you plan.
Wow. That's good.
Oh my gosh. I just wanted to know the power of the sun real quick, because I understand Mercury and a planet will show where the communication is at in a sign. You know what I mean? Mars would show where you put your action energy. Venus would show where you put your love and your money. Moon would show where you're putting your emotions. Is the sun where you put your attention, or what would the sun?
The sun is your attention. So it's action too, but in a different way than Mars. Because Mars is your head, but the sun is your heart, right? So if you're putting your heart in it, oh man, I love this, right? So wherever that's why you can look at what somebody loves based on where the sun is. Somebody got the sun in Pisces, they love music,
yeah,
right? They may love to drink, they may love sleep. You know what I'm saying?
I love sleeping. I woke up late.
I want to also point something out too, AD. You know, going back to Mercury in Cancer right now. Cancer is an internal sign, obviously, right? Like to nurture, you know, is to keep something close and protected, and you know, to kind of covet it. So Cancer's a internal sign. So Mercury in Cancer doesn't always mean that people will be outwardly expressive. It doesn't mean like people will be sharing their emotions necessarily verbally or otherwise. They may be conscious of those emotions. They may be feeling them, but they may or may not be, I guess, like I said, outwardly expressing those emotions. Now, when Mercury goes into Leo, that's a different story. Why? Because Leo is the sign of the performer, and Leo is dramatic, and Leo is taking the stage, and like, you know, Zodiac just said Leo rules the heart, and you said it's attention and all those sorts of things. Each of these signs and planets and houses have like 8 million keywords.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Mercury is in Cancer doesn't mean I'm going to tell you everything that I feel. I may be aware and conscious of how I feel, but then when Mercury goes into Leo, I'm probably going to tell you.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like, because Mercury is a planet of communication, and Leo represents confidence and being extroverted, that means when the moon is in Leo, people are going to be speaking more confidently. Is it fair to say something?
Yes, they will be speaking more confidently. They will be more dramatic, possibly because Jupiter in Aries right now is a fire sign. And then, like you said, when Mercury goes into Leo, which is also a fire sign, Mercury's communication, Jupiter's amplification, they're both fire. So we're talking about turned up, amplified, fiery communication probably next,
it's about to get turned up.
So, you know, definitely, like, for example, like I have the sun in Cancer, like, you know, we established, but I have Mercury in Leo. So oftentimes when people meet me and they, you know, try to guess or whatever my sign, or they think they know my sign, they think I'm a Leo, because people think that, you know, I mean, rapping or whatever, just, you know, speaking, like people think I'm a Leo, and then, you know, they get to know me and a little more. And, you know, they see that, you know, a little more Cancerian, because my sun and Venus both are in Cancer, but Mercury, I have it in Leo.
It also shows how boldly you rap, because you do rap boldly.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
does.
That comes out in your lyrics, and the style in which you are, you know, your lyricism comes out. It probably could be seen also in your lyrics, right? Ka, would the lyrics be Mercury?
Definitely.
Wow.
Wow.
It's how you think. It's your mental interest. It's how you talk, right? What you're thinking about is what you're saying. It's how you're saying it. So on. So for example, Mercury being in Cancer, you have to deliver your words with care.
Yeah.
You have to be careful what you say, especially square Jupiter, because I mean, you anger people. If you don't use your words carefully, right? Somebody can get very upset. Square Jupiter and Aries. That's where the planets come in. That's where the aspects come in. Because if you're looking at Mercury alone in Cancer, you can say, okay, well, Mercury in Cancer is, you might speak soft, or You may speak very carefully, and you
Yeah.
sound, oh, I'm so concerned, and so forth and so on, right?
Yeah.
Every time Mercury changes degrees and it hits the same degree as one of these other planets, the nature of that planet bestows its energy to Mercury. So, for example, right, when Mercury gets to the point where it's 8, I'm gonna demonstrate and moving forward, right? Let's say we jump forward about a week, right? We went too far. We're gonna go back a few days until we see Mercury get to around the same point that Uranus is, right? You know what? I'll stop here. I'll use this as an example. You see, by July 16th, Mercury and the Sun. Mercury and the Sun are both 24, right? So despite the fact that Mercury is in Cancer, when Mercury meets with the Sun, you're going to speak more confidently as if Mercury is in Leo because Mercury is touching the Sun.
Wow.
Of Leo, right?
Yeah.
But the nature of your conversation, though it will be more bold, though it'll be more confident, will still be Cancerian. The theme of what you're saying will still be Cancerian, but the way you're saying it will be more bold because of the Sun. You understand? Then with Mercury, before that, as I was trying to show you, I'm not going to waste time doing it. When Mercury gets to 18, it hits the same degree that Uranus is, right? So people talk reckless, Mercury, Uranus. They say the first thing that comes to their mind, right? You're saying things in a way that is impatient, right? Or it's also higher thinking. It's electrical, it's fluctuating, right? It's thinking about higher knowledge, right? It's talking to friends and associates, right? Things of that nature. It's electricity, right? So it's erratic, explosive. It's like having bombs in your hand. When Mercury was earlier in Cancer and it was around the same degrees Mars was, Jupiter and Aries, more aggressive. The further it gets away from that Jupiter Aries energy, the less aggressive it becomes. The further it gets into Leo, where it gets to about 8 degrees of Leo, it's probably Jupiter's not going to be there by then.
Yeah.
But when it gets into Leo and it forms around the same degree where Jupiter is in Aries, then people are going to be screaming. So you can measure not only what's being said, but you can measure the nature of it. You can measure how loud or how soft it is.
Yeah.
How aggressive.
Well, that's.
I wanted to just say something really quickly while you to just touch on what you addressed when you said Mercury and the Sun are going to meet up. Like July 16th, 17th, they meet up like at 23 degrees, and the next day they move to 24 together. I put a word in the chat. I don't know if you see it. It's probably scrolled up by now. I'll type it again. Cazimi.
Yeah,
Cazimi. You guys can look that up on your own time. Cazimi is when a planet meets up with the Sun. I mean, basically, it meets up with the Sun and gets burned up by the Sun. So on July 16th and 17th, we're going to have a Cazimi there because like Zodiac said, Mercury and the Sun are going to meet up. So basically, the Sun is going to like burn up Mercury. So it's usually, traditionally speaking, dealing with the mythology of it all, Cazimis usually represent really good luck. But in terms of any sort of business transactions that you may want to take, that may need to take place, or any communication or conversations, think about it. You'll have a Cazimi, a Mercury Sun Cazimi in those 2 days, that period there. So just something that's a side astro fact you guys might want to.
Yeah. Well, I want to consider, like I said, always that there's people watching that are still pretty new to this. But you would suggest also that people, once they know their chart and they have their chart, they should always keep it handy until they're really familiar with it. But they can also compare that chart to where the current chart is happening, and that's where they can see how they're being influenced, right?
Yeah, because it's a clock. Let me tell you something, right? How they dumb down humanity. When you look at a clock, Think about it. Let me ask you a question. Lately, in the last 5 years, right?
Mhm.
Do you see as many clocks? Talking about circles with numbers on them.
No, it's been
Go
all,
ask somebody, you ask them what time it is, right? They used to look at their arm, have a watch, right? With a circle with 12 numbers on it.
back in the day.
Now everybody pick up their phone and it's all digital.
Digital.
Why? Because they're erasing the circle, because it's the circle of life. That's what consciousness is based in, right? So if you looked at a clock that had a division of 12 in it, you were looking at the Zodiac, whether you knew it or you didn't know it. Because originally those numbers were the sign, right?
Mm.
This is this is a watch. The watch, right? Because it's what we're doing. We're watching, we're observing, right? We're observing the energy of nature, right? So they removed all of the signs, just left you with numbers. Then they removed the circle altogether, right?
Yeah.
So nobody knows what time it is. But everybody deals with this because you can't talk about time without talking about this, because this is the original clock. Why? Because when you're measuring time, it was based on looking at the sun. You could put a stick in the ground, draw a circle around it, watch where the shadow goes. There's your houses right there, right? You can look at the rays of the sun, and the rays of the sun is what creates these degrees.
Oh man. Yo, you going in deep. This is awesome. We're gonna get to the super chats real quick, but first, did you have a question?
Yeah, but we can go to the super
Want to
chats.
super chats first?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're gonna catch up here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Charos says, "What kind of astrology brings two beautiful women on this?"
Venus and Gemini, because
Hey.
Venus is women in beauty, and Gemini always deals with it's the twins. See, 2-1, I, right? Anything you put in, I have Venus and Gemini natively. Anything you put in Gemini is always going to mirror itself. It's always going to double. Anything you put in Aries is always going to be singular. Anything you put in Saturn is always going to multiply and is going to be more than 2, right?
Yeah.
2 women, Venus and Gemini. Gemini is also the sign of communication. See, that's the nature of it.
Amazing.
And just so that person is clear, right now Venus is transiting in Gemini.
Mm.
So just so, yeah, Venus is in Gemini right now. So, yeah.
Now,
2 women.
some insight on that real quick. With Venus being the planet of love and money, and Gemini representing what? Communication. Does that mean we're going to be speaking around this time about more love and speaking about money? How would you interpret that?
The nature of how being in I'm a Venus and Gemini native. I'm a speaker on that, right?
Mm.
Venus and Gemini is talking in a way that's peaceful. It's communicating with balance, with patience, with harmony, right? It's also money on your mind. Got my mind on my money and my money on my mind, right?
Yeah.
My mind, Gemini, on my money, Venus, right? And my money, Venus, on my mind, Venus and Gemini. So it's speaking about what you want. Like they say, you gotta say you want something, right? And you don't speak on it, you ain't gonna get it. Venus and Gemini, you have to speak, communicate that what you want. People with Venus and Gemini, they talking, they make money by talking.
That's
Wow.
good.
That might also explain why I might have the urge to save money lately, because it might represent saving money.
Venus is that's this. If you notice, like I was telling you before, Venus is a strong aspect of Saturn. Saturn is the saver. Saturn allows you to hold on to things. It's the box. You want to hold on to, put it in the box, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about Saturn being the box, right? Anything that you give to Saturn is going to hold it in the box. So Venus, Saturn, let's say you was born with a Venus, Saturn aspect native, right? You may have money issues where you're good with saving money. You may not be the greatest at making it, but you're good at holding on to things. You can hold on. You can hold on to something for a long time and be able to conserve it and maintain its condition for a long time. Let's say somebody got Venus and the aspect of Mars. They'll get things fast, but they'll lose it. It'll break just as quickly, right? Or Uranus and Venus will be fluctuating, comes and goes, right? Venus and Neptune, you loot. Those people, they loot. Like, for example, Venus is an aspect of Neptune, right?
Yeah.
Soon they'll square. When Venus gets to 25, it's going to square Neptune. If it squares Neptune, that you lose stuff or you find things. Oh yeah, I had like $20. Where'd it go? I don't know where it went. Or you watching your clothes, and all of a sudden you find it in your pocket. Oh man, I wore these jeans in 2 weeks, and I found money in them out of nowhere. So Venus Neptune is going to make you lose things, and it's going to make you find things that were lost.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Saturn holds things. Neptune loses them. Jupiter amplifies them. Right?
Yeah.
Pluto shares them. Like I got a sandwich. You hungry? I'm gonna break half, give half to you. Right? Pluto, because it's also debt.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's where we debt is sharing.
Yeah.
We have a debt to something. We're all here sharing. Even when you're dealing with debt and debt are the same word, really. You understand? Debit, debt, it's all the same thing. So Pluto, right? So we all have a debt. We came here with a debt that we're here to fulfill.
Yeah.
Right? There's certain things that we have to do, certain things we have to say, there's certain things we have to give. First and foremost, being of our own energy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a time when we have to give all of it back because we're borrowing it.
Yeah.
Okay? That's this body you're borrowing it. You have to give it. You got to give it back.
Mm-hmm.
Can't keep it. Nothing.
That's interesting. Speaking about money, I noticed that Floyd Mayweather's moon is in Taurus, and Taurus being ruled by Venus, the love. And Taurus is always about building and kind of saving money. And you can see how much Floyd Mayweather loves money. Mm-hmm. You can see his Taurus moon.
Money Mayweather.
Yeah, and that's just looking at his moon. I don't know the rest of his chart, but it's like just seeing that moon in Taurus.
That's what makes him feel, because that's the mother. So we can see those values were built in from the mother, right? So that's what makes him feel comfortable, right? People with the moon in Taurus, they're comforted by material things. They're comforted by money. They're comforted also by eating. They get emotional and they want to snack and eat stuff to feel better. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, you're going in. Woo. Okay.
The moon right now, it's the same kind of energy, right? Just to show you something, right? Somebody who has Taurus is similar to Venus being aspect to the moon. It's the same thing, right? I just want to get this jewel out real quick, right?
Go ahead, yeah.
Because you can learn this a lot easier to simplify it. The houses, the sign, everything is a triplicity, a trinity, right? So every house corresponds to the sign, which corresponds to a planet. So, for example, if you know what Mars means, you know what Aries means. If you know what Aries means, what Mars means, you know what the first house means. If you know what Libra means, you know what Venus means. And you know what the seventh house means, right? Because they all mean the same thing. So there's a trinity for everything, right? Fifth house, Leo, the sun, all the same thing. Fourth house, Cancer, the moon, all the same thing. You ain't got to waste your time learning all of them. Learn one, and then you can apply it to that trinity, and then you know all three. And then it's just a matter of taking that and putting it in a combination, right?
Yeah.
Venus and the moon, same thing as Venus being in Cancer, or the moon in Taurus. It's the same thing. Or Venus in the fourth house. It's all the same thing, right?
Nice. Okay. Let's get through the rest of these super chats here, because man, there's so much.
It's a lot.
So many directions that we can go, and I do want to keep it easy for the people at home watching this, because we're gonna have you guys back often. I also definitely want to get you back closer to Priest's birthday, which is in August, so that you could probably break down his chart. He'll love that. Do you know what I mean? Just speaking on Priest's chart again, real quick. His moon is in Aquarius. And you know that's so much depth, and you can hear in Priest's lyrics. You already know, Kyle. You already know.
Listen,
Priest is so deep with his lyrics. You can hear his moon in Aquarius. Like, it's so perfect.
I was gonna touch on that, but from a different perspective.
Okay. But yeah,
we're Cancer season, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we know that life and death, and the extremes of life and death, deal with Scorpio. Right? Scorpio, to demonstrate what I was saying, Scorpio corresponds to the 8th house, because Scorpio is the 8th sign. It's the same thing. Follow me? Now watch this. Cancer, first house. Leo, second house. Virgo, third house. Libra, fourth house. Scorpio, fifth house. Sag, sixth house. Capricorn, seventh house. Aquarius, eighth house. You got the moon in Aquarius. It's in the house of death from the perspective of the sun in Cancer. You understand?
Yeah. Oh man.
I don't know, Zodiac. You're gonna have to explain to them what you're saying as far as what the moon symbolizes and its position in
the moon. Like we're in Cancer season. Cancer is ruled by the moon. The moon is the mother, right? Amongst many other things, but we're going to talk about that. The moon is your mother. So if the moon is somebody, say somebody has the moon in Aquarius, right? The moon in Aquarius is in the house of death for Cancer season. From the perspective of Cancer, it puts Aquarius in the 8th house. You understand? Leo season, it means something different.
So what? So I'm a Leo, and my Cancer is Moon.
So you got a Cancer moon?
Yeah, my moon is Cancer, and
Your moon would be in the 12th house from the perspective of your sun.
So you don't always share your emotions so readily. You sometimes keep them hidden. You know, the 12th house, meaning, you know, behind your sun.
Mm-hmm.
Like that means that the moon in the 12th house, you're not always, your emotions are contained and they're not always outwardly expressed. That's the 12th house, behind the sun, because the sun is, you know, with the first house. So behind that is the 12th house. And if that's where your moon is, which is your emotions, your inner psychology, your psychic awareness, your intuitive awareness, all of that's contained, pretty much. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. And it's crazy because I've been telling myself for the past week, like, I want to be more feminine. So I feel like I'm in a place where I'm balancing my masculine and my feminine, because sometimes I always feel like I'm too hard. So this season I'm trying to be more like loving and more like feminine and more like, why you laugh, God?
The sun, which represents love and attention, is shining on your moon. So you're focused on how to be more feminine because the sun and Mercury, which is communication, is speaking to your moon and speaking for you, right?
Yeah. So everything.
It's the season for it's lunar season for you. Or anybody else with the moon in Cancer.
It's so funny because I'm listening to her speak and I'm looking at her hand motions and her beautiful nails and I'm listening to her vocal tone and I'm like, I think Cancer season is affecting her moon very nicely. She sounds very feminine to me.
It is. So
that's amazing.
That's good. This is really
awesome.
good.
The awareness, I think, of these things are so powerful.
Very important.
Do you know what I mean? It kind of makes someone probably a little bit more self-conscious at first, but I think once you understand what's happening with the stars, you tend to forgive life more, forgive yourself more, forgive situations more, because you realize that we're kind of all on a roller coaster, that even though it can kind of be determined through, you know, this scientific way or this astrological interpretation, it kind of gives you the ability to take a back seat and not feel like you have to be in control of everything.
I think that's where I'm at in a point in my life. I was just telling somebody yesterday, I'm not a crier. I don't cry. And I was saying, but I'm starting to be okay with crying.
Openly.
Huh?
The moon is in the 12th house. You don't cry openly.
Yeah, I don't cry openly. Like you have to be very close to me. Like I'm not a crier. Like it takes a lot for me to cry.
But I feel like she wants to cry.
And I feel like it wants to come out in this season. Like I want to cry more, and I'm okay with it. Like I'm okay with crying in this season. Like I want to. I feel like it needs to. I feel like it's like a release going on right now for me.
For us Pisces, we always have tears of joy. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a movie is beautiful enough to me, I can't help it. Like, that's beautiful. I get tears of joy just because of the beauty.
Right.
I love to be moved by something. You know what I'm saying?
Pisces is the sign that deals with the film and movies and all that,
Yeah.
and also sorrow
Mm.
and music. So music, film, all those things make you very emotional.
Yeah. The right song, the right movie, or both at the same time. Oh, it's an incredible feeling.
Wow, that's
but
beautiful.
it hits the soul, at least for me. You know what I mean? I can't speak for other Pisces, but man.
I see the joy in your eyes.
Yeah.
AD. You're
I'm just
very
thinking,
happy
like,
about it.
It's incredible. That's the power of
I
music.
love it.
You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Even this itself, this conversation is beautiful. you know?
Absolutely. I'm learning a lot.
We're getting a lot of love here from the chat too. And sorry if I'm lagging here with the super chats, but man, there's just so much information at once. We trying to get to it all as best and organized as we can. So thank you all at home for bearing with us. Let's get to the next shout out here. I can't read what this says, who it's from, but it says Parabens pra voce, bless all goats. I'm not sure if that's Spanish. Parabens pra voce. That could be French. Shout out to this person here. I can't read that. I think it says music origin. But shout out to that person, Gavin J. McDonald. Okay. Danny Salinas, AD, what can he tell us about Aries? Okay.
Aries is gonna have a big year.
Mm.
Aries got Jupiter for most of this year, and going to because it's gonna retrograde back into Pisces, you know. But at the end of the year, but then it goes back into Aries again. You know what I'm saying, for the early part of next year. Jupiter, it's a growth period for Aries, but you gotta really control yourself because remember Jupiter amplifies things. So when Aries, it can make you very what? Angry, very impatient, very motivated too, very driven, because it's a sign of being driven. Head first. You know what I'm saying? Very, very, very direct. But of course, it's never as simple as just where you have the sun. You have the sun that's gonna increase your confidence, right? But let's say you are Pisces. If you are Pisces, Jupiter in Aries is going to increase your resources. But if you're in Aquarius, it's going to increase your need to speak up. But if you're a Capricorn, you may be relocated, right? But if you're a Sag, you may have more children, right? Or you may be taking trips for your own enjoyment.
Because Aries would be the fourth house for Sag.
For Capricorn.
For Capricorn, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So for example, let's say you got the sun in Aries, but you're a Libra rising. It's gonna elevate and give you a lot of opportunities in relationships. And if you were Aries with a Cancer, then that energy that would bestow itself to relationships is gonna extend itself into your career goals. So it's never as simple as just where you have the sun. You have to look at your chart as its totality.
Okay.
Right?
So, yeah. So you're saying for all the Aries out there, we have a Jupiter in their sign right now, which is a planet of expansion. So an interpretation would be that you're going to be expanding in some way.
You're going to grow.
And that could be but that could be good, bad, or neither. Here's the thing about Jupiter, right? Because it's the planet of amplification, it expands what it touches. And let's just say, this is the thing, like what Zodiac said, when you learn the sign, the house, and the planet, you learn all 10 million, 8 million keywords for that sign. So Aries is drive, determination, being forceful, all Mars related things, all first house related things, all Aries related things, like you said. So, but it's also being combative. It's also being impulsive. It's also being immature. It is the baby, the very first sign of the Zodiac. So if Jupiter is there, if you want to be extremely driven and extremely physical as far as your athletic performance, and Jupiter is going to expand that, great. If you want to be impulsive and make decisions without being calculated, if you want to be hot-headed and get in arguments with everybody, Jupiter is going to expand that. You see what I'm saying? So Jupiter is in Aries, expanding Aries energy. However, you express that. Somebody who's in Aries might be extremely, like I said, they have great initiative and they're sparked with great ideas. Another Aries is constantly engaging in arguments with people. It's all Aries though. Mm-hmm. So when you say Jupiter's in my sun sign for the next, year and change, I'm going to expand. Yeah, as an Aries, either as a great athlete or an annoying, argumentative person. It's totally up to you. And you got to be honest when you deal with astrology and just say, hey, look at yourself, see where you are with respect to your personal growth, with respect to the traits that you've mastered, the traits that you're still learning to overcome or whatever, and be real with yourself. Like, Jupiter in Aries, I'm taking big leaps. Jupiter in Aries, I'm fighting everybody. Like, it's totally your call.
Confident. It can make you overconfident. It's going to increase your confidence. If you already say you were a confident person, right? It can make you too confident, make you too bold. It can make you think that you could take on fights that you're nowhere near qualified to deal with. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, Jupiter is winning, fortunate, overcoming, jumping over the hurdles.
Now,
right?
Even though Aries are feeling this Jupiter expansion, all of us as a collective are also feeling Jupiter and Aries too, in a small way, right?
We're all
depending on where Aries is in your chart.
Gotcha.
Cancers, Jupiter in Aries is your 10th house of public career and profession. So you're having advancements in the professional sector in your life if you're a Cancer. If you're a Sag, like Zodiak said, Jupiter's in your 5th house. So that's romance, children, creativity. So that area of your life could be, like you said, you could be having another child. That's why you said Sagittarius, Jupiter's in your 5th, you could have another child. If Jupiter in your 5th as a Capricorn, in the 4th, as a Capricorn, like you said, you could be moving. Why? Jupiter is the planet that rules long distance travel, and the 4th house is home. So you could be changing your residence or traveling, and having a traveling residence or whatever. So yeah, we're all feeling all of these planets in every house, but you're feeling it differently depending on what's going on in your chart and where the planets fall in your chart.
Got it. Awesome. Okay, let's keep it going. Next, now we got Stefan says, can you explain the difference between the tropical chart and the sidereal chart, and which one is more accurate? I'm gonna be right back while you guys answer that.
So we're dealing with the difference between where, if you look in the heavens, where the stars will actually literally be located versus an actually equal division on Earth, right? So, and I would say this, from my experience, I've never met anybody who had Mars in a sign tropically, where it didn't scar them, where it didn't burn them, where it didn't bruise them, where there wasn't some physical mark or birthmark or something, right? So I look at what's physical versus, because you can't refute that which gives you physical material evidence. Everything else can be hypothetical, right? But Mars is gonna scar you. You got, for example, Mars and Taurus like it is right now, right? Sidereally, Taurus in Aries. You got somebody who has Mars in Taurus. Okay, well, you have issues with your throat, the neck, you know what I'm saying? With that part of your body, right? Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Do you have issues with your head? With your head? No. No. I don't. Okay. Well, Mars and Taurus. So from my experience, tropical, equal, has, provides a lot of evidence, especially when we're talking about what's biological and anatomical. People have different ideas about things. One thing that especially with this science, has made it indisputable for me is the marks that it leaves on your physical body. Because other things can be left open to interpretation. What you physically experience can't be, really. Like I've had, like for example, Mars is about a couple of degrees from where I have Mercury, right? Mars, Mercury, you cut your finger into your arm or your hand or your elbows or your shoulders, or have issues with, your breathing and your lungs and things of that nature, right? It's gonna be. So watching these things over time, right? It always lines up. You have any thoughts on that topic?
About sidereal versus tropical?
Yeah.
Or about Mars in your chart? Which one?
I was
typing back to Coach. I'm gonna keep it real. I was typing back to Coach. What's up, Coach?
Coach Kandaka, shout out.
Yeah. No, what we spoke about earlier, as far as the 13 signs, my position stands, that the 13th sign is, not an actual house or constellation, but an extension of Scorpio. And I know the sidereal chart, I'm going to be honest with you, like a lot of people actually are using tropical and sidereal together. I've actually encountered a few people recently who tell me that's what they've been doing. I'm not one of those people. I'm primarily a Western astrologer, like a tropical astrologer. And why? Because it literally has shown me like fail-proof accuracy. So that's my position on that.
Nice. All right. Next one here is from Mazal Tawab. He says, can you talk about the conjunction of Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn and Moon in Capricorn in July 1989? Wow, that's specific.
Right.
Oh, very specific.
Man, you guys remember
those people born at that time have that Capricorn stellium. Typically, you guys, I mean, I don't know, obviously, I don't know your sun sign, but, here's the thing with Capricorn stelliums for those people. He said Neptune, it's like Neptune, Uranus.
And Saturn, yeah.
Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, that whole Capricorn stellium there, really now, I would say even now, it's all about a breakdown of just tradition. Capricorn is tradition, and Uranus is the break from tradition. Okay? So Uranus and Capricorn, you guys, Uranus, yeah, there it is right there. You see it? That's Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn all in Capricorn. So Neptune, it represents your spiritual self, your psychic self, your subconscious. That's your Neptune. Saturn, again, we talked about that earlier. Your responsibilities, your maturity, and Uranus would be freedom, higher knowledge. So if Capricorn is tradition and Capricorn is like a responsibility, everything Saturn. First of all, you have Saturn in its natural domicile. Saturn rules Capricorn. That's where you have it. So you guys, it's kind of like an interesting dynamic that's going on, right? Because you have Saturn there, which rules Capricorn, and then you have Uranus, which basically trumps Saturn. I know we talked about Saturn like it's the bully, but Uranus actually like trumps Saturn. Like it literally just changes the rules and throws the rules out. So you guys are really here to like redefine tradition, and to really, bring a higher sense of knowledge to tradition and to the order of things. You're bringing a higher sense of revolutionary knowledge to that. And Neptune, of course, by the way, you know, like we said, Neptune is spirituality. It rules Pisces. So it's dreams, the subconscious. So you think about the fantasy, Neptune, and you think about Capricorn, which is the reality. So this is about you guys bringing dreams into reality, but also infusing higher knowledge and working with the collective to change tradition, so to speak, to change tradition, to push tradition forward. And I'm going to let Zodiac take it from there.
Game changing, right? Anybody with Uranus and Saturn alone, which is kind of similar to Saturn being in Aquarius now. It's all about rule changing. It's all about changing the structure. It's non-conformity. But at the same time, Uranus placed in Capricorn has to take that which is unorthodox and fit it into some kind of structure or format, right? So it's kind of like changing the way that we do things. Now, of course, Neptune, you involve Neptune in it, and I know a few people with this placement, right? Neptune is your dreams, your vision, right? It's your beliefs. Your Saturn and Neptune is your belief system. It's an unorthodox belief system. Uranus, Saturn, and Neptune, right? It changed the nature of music, definitely, right? Because Neptune is music. Uranus is change, right? And reorganizing things and revolutionizing. It's a very revolutionary kind of. It's having a vision of revolutionizing and changing the order of things. Another way, it's also working together as a group, teamwork. This could be elaborated on, you know, for days, but
Yeah. Man, y'all going in. This
You
is
could also
good.
do music business with your friends, or like I don't know if you make music, you know, with your friends or associates, but that's definitely Neptune and Saturn and Uranus in Capricorn.
it's also, and I know it's independent. Like you're saying music business, Saturn, Neptune, but when you add Uranus to it, it adds a certain degree of independence. Oh no, I'm not trying to look for no label, do my own thing. You know what I'm saying? Revolutionizing.
Well, we got a new full moon in Capricorn coming on Wednesday. Just for people at home, how would that, as an example, affect everyone in general? Like, what kind of moon? I mean, obviously, the new moons and full moons are similar, I believe, in some way, right? But there's the most energy.
Different stages. A new moon is an initiation, a starting point. Where a full moon is the culmination. Like, you know, you fill up. You got an empty cup, right? Here's your new moon, right? Fill it up. Here's your full moon, and then from the full moon to the next moon, it's pouring it out. You know what I'm saying?
Got you. So with that, go ahead.
In this case, starting off with the sun and the moon and Cancer, putting the focus, like we said, on the mother, your emotions, what's internal, your foundation, your roots, your early beginnings, your past, right? Your emotions, and all those things. Capricorn, because we are looking like this. Full moons always deal with balance because it puts the moon and it puts it in the opposite position, right? So in this case, Capricorn represents the opposite of what Cancer is. Cancer is, you know, you're comfortable, your couches, your comfortable bed, and all that kind of stuff. But then, all that's great, but Capricorn is the walls and the roof for the structure. There's no house without the structure and the boundaries that define it, right? Look at it like the womb. Cancer is the womb, right? You just feel what? Water, Cancer, right? But when you, as it gets larger and you go touch it, it's kind of hard to protect it. That's the Capricorn part of it. You can't have one without the other, right? It's the boundaries and the borders that protect that which is sensitive, right? It's also the builder, the building, right? The structure that you're giving, right? So when you're dealing with the sun in Cancer and the moon in Capricorn, in this case, you can't exclude Pluto because Pluto is the powerhouse. Pluto is gonna completely. I was telling you about ending. It's gonna completely demolish whatever it is that needs to be demolished, or is going to rejuvenate and rebuild that which needs to be rebuilt. Right? It's where you have partners that based in business and structure and whoever you're building with and merging with and shared resources and things of that nature.
Mm.
Who do you need in order to build whatever you're building?
Yeah. So like building and setting goals and because I always see Capricorns as not only like I always see them wearing dark clothes, which is one thing. But
That's Capricorn.
That's Capricorn. I see a sense of conservatism, at the same time rebelliousness. So like my Capricorn friends again would be like dark clothes. They'd be fully tatted, but they'd be very serious.
You know what's funny about that? Capricorn is not rebellious. It's following rules. Aquarius is rebellious.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you why you're experiencing it. You're Pisces. From the perspective of Pisces, Capricorn is in the Aquarius house.
So from me, they seem like Aquarius. Yeah. Okay, I see it. That's crazy.
So Capricorn is the rule, but from the perspective of Pisces, is put in the rule-breaking position.
Yeah, because when I see Capricorns with tattoos, it's always like a skull. It's always something a bit morbid. It's something a bit scary. But at the same time, they're very serious. They're very intellectual. Marilyn Manson, I think, is the best example of a Capricorn that I would see as because he's very smart. He's very intelligent, but he has a very dark, and I guess I shouldn't say rebellious then, but he can be political in a way. There's a sense of politics that Capricorns seem to have. Do you know what I mean? Book smarts, but I'm just looking at patterns, of course.
It's also the fact that Mercury is never more than a sign away from where the sun is, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of times what you may be experiencing is some of these people may have Mercury in Aquarius.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm looking up your boy Marilyn Manson because you brought him up, right?
You're right, because I guess when someone has tattoos, is that an expression of their Mercury?
Of their Mercury?
Yeah.
It's writing.
Writing, huh?
This is what I thought. Just to show you an example, right? Of what I was saying.
Okay.
Science never lies. Watch this. Marilyn Manson stuff, right?
Love it.
Like I was saying, right? Some people who have the sun in Capricorn, they either got Mercury in Sag, Capricorn, or Aquarius. They'll use highly intelligent, thinks different, rule breaking. So you probably got Mercury in Aquarius. So enough, I pull his chart up. You got the sun in Capricorn, but his Mercury is thinking how he talks is in Aquarius.
Yeah, he's unconventional. He's unconventional as far as like his appearance and stuff. That's definitely the Mercury in Aquarius.
Oh wow!
Like
So his Mercury is in Aquarius.
Right here, Mercury. I'll put it up. Mercury's in Aquarius.
That's why he looks so rebellious.
Yep.
That's why he thinks different. He talks different. You know what I'm saying?
You hit the nail on the head, man. That's crazy.
We can look at anybody's chart like that. AD, like we could pull. You could name any celebrity right now, anybody, and we could like pull a chart and like figure it out, dissect it.
Do it long enough, and there's certain things that you just know. Like I knew his Mercury had to be in Aquarius. I never looked at his chart before.
You already knew though. That's crazy. Wow.
Things that are just patterns that you're gonna see. You know what I'm saying?
So
you tell the way somebody thinks how they talk based on Mercury. Like I tell you, it's either going to be in the sign where the sun is, or the sign before it, or the sign after it.
Yeah, and I think this is important for people to know not only their own charts, but like their family members' charts, or something they're having difficulties with, because there's a sense of forgiveness that you naturally get. You know what I mean? Like you can't get mad at a baby for wanting to go to the cookie jar. It's a baby. You know what I mean? Therefore, you can't get mad let's say, you know, I don't pick out a sign, but like a Sagittarius doing something that, you know, is Sagittarius like because it's in their nature.
Exactly. It's like getting mad at fire for being hot.
There you go.
Right.
That's a better
Oh,
analogy.
fire to burn my hand. It's fire.
Yeah.
You're supposed to know that it's fire. You're supposed to know what to do with fire. Don't. That's the problem. Most of the time, we get upset because we're ignorant to other people's natures, including our own.
Yeah.
Right. So we're expecting them to operate differently than they're designed to operate. You want people to be the way you want them to be, or you want them to be the way you are. You don't even know yourself. You know what I'm saying? So if you understand the nature that somebody has, they're only going to do what the energy allows them and prescribes them to do. They're a character in the story that's pre-written and predetermined, right? So they're going to do exactly what the energy says they're going to do. If you're upset with that, it's because your expectations are off because you didn't study.
Yeah.
I've come to a point where we're gonna the mother energy, right? I was talking to my mother a few days ago, right? She was asking me if I was upset with her. I said, listen, I don't care what anything you've ever done. I can't be upset with you for being exactly who you were written to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or anybody else. Everyone is going to do exactly what they're supposed to do based on what is written. And if you study the energy long enough, you'll understand the plan and you'll see exactly why they are the way they are. And you'll see the role they're supposed to play for you.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes people look for just harmony, just what agrees with them. But growth doesn't come from that. Growth does not come from that which is solely agreeable. We grow, we're motivated by that which challenges us, by that which hurts us, right? We go and we seek knowledge and understanding when we have experiences that are painful and we don't understand whatever it is that we're experiencing, and we grow from those experiences. Without those things, you'll never grow. So what's more valuable? The growth and what you become from that growth. Or just simply the comfort of everything being the way you want it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be chaos.
It seems crucial also for parents to know what kind of kids they're raising too, because there's parents out there that think their kid is hyperactive. They put them on ADHD medication and there's something wrong with my kid. No, he's a Gemini. They're just, they're hyper like that. You know what I mean? They're just very fast. Like,
he's an Aquarius, like my youngest son's an Aquarius, right? He can't sit still for more than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? Because I know the nature of his energy. I expect him to be a certain way. And not only that, but I'll look at his transit and I'll know, oh man, all right, Mars is hitting your moon today. You're gonna be emotional. I already know that. I know the days that he'll potentially hurt himself, where he's gonna be impatient, where he's gonna in advance. And then I use it as a tool to teach him about himself so that he knows and sees his own patterns. So by the time he gets to my age, it'll be a breeze.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're supposed to do.
You already know what to expect.
Yeah.
You know, if you have a kid and it's a Pisces, get that kid a keyboard as soon as possible. Get them a piano because they're gonna pick it up and start playing music.
I mean, I'm a guidance counselor and I work with children from age like 4 to 18. And, you know, I'm not technically supposed to be looking at their birth chart. Technically, but, you know, just like, you know, you're saying about knowing your parents knowing kids.
They know now.
Huh?
They know now.
Oops, the cat's out the bag. No, but you know, the parents knowing kids, husbands knowing wives, people knowing their parents. Of course, like, you know, in psychology, in human psychology, that's one of the biggest criticisms is that it doesn't deal with the soul. And when you're looking at natal charts, you're looking at the soul's blueprint. So I literally, let me tell you, if I'm going to share this really quickly, I had a situation where a student came in and basically he was telling me about how he was scared that another student was, gonna, stab him. The other student was threatening him with a knife and whatnot or whatever. So I looked at his chart, and lo and behold, whatever was activated at that time, his Mars was activated, and whatever was going on between him and the other students involved, I just knew what was going on in everybody's chart, and I was like, okay, and how it was aspecting my chart actually. So it lines up perfectly, and it's like, wow, I know how to deal with this. Like within 2 days, this is going to be completely different. This situation is going to die down. So just knowing how to just squash it. And I personally, and I know Zodiac can probably obviously attest to this as well, I'm not interacting with anybody if I don't know what's going on in your chart, because you're in my story and I'm in yours. And I just have to see how and why and what the next chapter, and tune in to the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. I don't know.
Exactly.
For real.
You know what I'm saying? I need to know.
It's such an advantage to have that knowledge, because it makes you almost like a Jedi, because you're not reacting, and you know what to expect, and you're easy to forgive them at first. You know what I mean? It creates a world of less conflict, I would assume, less confusion.
Nothing to forgive. When you understand the science, there's nothing to forgive, because everybody's doing what they were instructed to do. You only know your instructions. Mars comes along and it pushes you. Literally, like the puppet strings, right? Each finger is a planet, right? And the strings are the aspects, right? So these strings, we're being pulled by strings. Everything that you do, everything that you think, you're being compelled by forces that you don't see. Actually, the music of the spheres is music, right? It's music you don't hear because everything vibrates, right? I'm sitting there watching Ty, who look, she's a Virgo rising, Leo, which is the cat in the 12th house, where she has Mercury communication, and I'm watching as he's talking to the cat walking by. Like, every single thing that you're experiencing, all of it it's like in the Matrix. This is the code. This is a video game, and this is the coding behind it. Like you're on the internet, everything that you're looking at, there's a code behind it. This is the code, the blueprint to reality.
I gotta say, Ka, I think your code paused because your screen is frozen.
My screen is frozen, huh?
Yeah, it's showing. I think when you switched back from the share, we're getting a still. You look frozen on our end over here. Maybe you'd have to share and then unshare again to fix it.
Do that. See if that works.
There you go. Boom.
There you go.
You did it. You fixed it.
Oh, that means everybody's supposed to be seeing the chart.
Hey. Nice. Valuable information. That's awesome. We got some more super chats here. I'm going to jump to them. 7 Ohm says, Moon is watching me mind my light while I water my soul in front of the sun. And eso no sueño. Aum shalom. All right. I forgot what sueño means.
It means dream.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, wow.
I'm not dreaming or something like that.
You know that, Pisces, you're a dreamer.
Yeah, that's true. I just got to work on my Spanish.
Good.
Oh, man. I am a dreamer. I was just telling you about the crazy
Yeah.
dream I just had. Yaya, shout out to Yaya for the $5. Myeoshe Champ says, peace to the Podcraft. All right. Yo, this is a great build.
I want to go back to what Ty said, because I work with children too. You said that it's important for psychology to talk about the natal chart and astrology, and that way we have a better reach at children.
Oh yeah. Oh well, in just psychology and in general, I mean, like definitely working with kids, but if you're a marriage counselor, a drug counselor, like I just feel like working with people in any capacity, it's best to just know what's going on, because let's just say that person for whatever reason, Uranus is right now squaring their Mercury. You know, they have Mercury in Leo, like myself, and Uranus in Taurus is squaring that. For whatever reason, say that aspect is really close, like their Mercury's, 17 degrees Leo, and right now Uranus is 17 degrees Taurus. Uranus is erratic, unexpected events. It's electricity, it's lightning, like electrical impulses. And let's just squaring that person's Mercury. So for whatever reason, let's just say they're having difficulty communicating or having healthy communication with people, or maybe they're having their brain issues, like they need to go get like a brain scan or a CAT scan or something. Like that would be reflected in Uranus aspecting that person's Mercury. That's like one of different, several different ways that aspect can be playing out, but you would know that, you know what I'm saying? You would know, rather than saying, why does everybody say this person is rude and they're inconsiderate? No, they have, Mercury conjunct or Mercury trine Mars or whatever, in Mercury and Aquarius trine Mars and Gemini or something to that effect. Like, and it's like in their chart, like Zodiac says, right? Everybody's doing what they're instructed to do. We can still be in our feelings about it. We can still feel a way about how people are showing up in our lives. I don't like that he did that. I don't like that she did that. This is human, this is the human experience. We get upset, we have heartbreak, we get disappointed. I mean, that comes with the human experience. But the more you gain knowledge about understanding this one's blueprint, that one's blueprint, why this one is in this phase of their life, why this one is in that chapter of their life, it kind of helps you. It helps you have a greater sense of acceptance, like, well, I get it. You have, Mercury and Sag opposite, Venus and Gemini, like being, using integrity, integrity in your relationships has been, a challenge. I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
that's how I've really like found astrology to be helpful as far as this journey, like your personal growth, because you realize like we all, we're connected. Like you said, we're one, in the larger sense of, we're expressions of the creator, but we're all like, we got different blueprints. We all in different stages of development. Some people are extremely old souls. They came here knowing it, having done this many times before, they mastered this, and somebody else is brand new at something else that you already, territory you already covered, or an area of your life you already mastered. So astrology just kind of like really helped me personally just grasp that and say, I will never expect a person with Venus and Gemini to behave like someone who has Venus in Cancer. And then, so working with kids, like you said, you work with kids, or even adults, like we said, just, adults, kids, everybody, like just knowing we all have a blueprint. And the more you understand your own blueprint and someone else's blueprint and how the two relate or whatever, it just really can help you navigate this a little more effectively, if that makes sense.
Without getting an entire chart, don't you believe that the moon sign seems to be more prominent than a sun sign? Because I feel like you really know somebody at least when you get their moon more than their sun. Wouldn't you agree?
It's about balance. It's
Yeah.
like it's somebody more their mother or more their father. It's about balance. You know what I'm saying? The moon is your mother, mother, father, right?
Yeah.
Those are the two pillars, right? Moon at the top of one, sun at the top of the other, right? You're a combination of the balance of that duality. And I think that the moon is actually underemphasized. Like most people, they don't really look at their moon as much as they should. The sun, people know sun sign astrology, but most people don't know their moon. They don't know what phase the moon was in when they was born. All these things make it different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What sign is the moon? What degree is it in? What aspect do you have to that moon? because it's the early. It represents the early foundations and the base of the building that which the temple of man is what we're here building. You're here building the temple of yourself, right? And so Cancer energy, the moon energy, that's the foundation that you're building. That's why Cancer is a fourth sign, because you're building a foundation on 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the block, right, that you're building on, that you're building up from, right? Doesn't matter where you're going if you don't know the foundation, if you don't understand the root, right? So the moon is very, very underrated. But I don't think that it means that it should take more emphasis, or that it's necessarily more or stronger or more influential than the sun is for somebody. But then it's also where it's placed for someone. Somebody who has the moon in the first house is going to be more influenced by their moon, you know what I'm saying, because they personify it, right?
Yeah.
So I would say that it depends on that person's individual chart, what's more prominent. But ultimately, it's about you being able to take every single one of these energies and balancing it.
Okay. We're getting a couple super chats here requesting a brief reading on their chart. Would you guys mind doing a quick chart read for a couple people?
Everybody wants to read it.
I know, right? We've got Red Sun. You know Red Sun. He was on some of the Royal Priesthood collaborations that we've done. So Red Sun says, can y'all read my chart? He is 11/10/1982. He didn't put where he was born, but he put 11. He didn't put the time either. Can y'all read my chart? November 10th, 1982. When you guys are looking up charts for those at home, it helps to know where you were born and what time you were born. The time will help determine the rising, which can be an important factor. And you guys can go into the importance of the rising sign. It's our outer crust. It's what people first see. It's how we see the world and how the world sees us, correct?
Rising, yeah, it's your mask.
It's our mask. Yeah.
It's the first thing that people see, you know.
Did he put did he type the location and
I don't believe he did yet. I sent him I posted on here for Red Sun to put it. Knowing the place is pretty crucial though, huh? Because it'll change everything.
I mean, it could change the ascendant.
Okay, so Red Sun, type in. You don't have to send another super chat, but type in the chat where you were born, and if you can, put the time, or at least somewhere close to it. If you want, we can go to the second one. For now, we've got Freddie Cali, March 16th, 1982, 9 a.m. in Medellin, Colombia.
Yeah. Okay. Are you looking at you putting in information in, Ka? Because I was gonna put it in myself, but I'm doing it over here on my laptop at the same time. You said Medellin, Colombia?
Medellin, Colombia, yeah. And Ka, your camera froze again.
Oh, it's probably I turned off. That's crazy.
Okay.
Unless you're doing a hard stare right now.
No, I ain't doing no hard stare. Every time
What was the birth date again?
March 16, 82.
I'm still frozen.
Okay. I'm pulling it up on my end.
Now we're getting no video from you at all, Ka.
Yo, come
Hold
on.
on, March 16, 82. Pulling it up right now. Okay. So
there you go.
Yep.
I got it. Can I go in first, Ka? I got it on. I pulled it up. March 16.
When I took
and you said it was 9:02 a.m.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. Okay. Okay, got it.
We're just gonna give him a brief reading because I don't want to get flooded with too many people requesting.
Okay, so he's a I'll just do briefly and then Kai, you can, I know you probably put it on your computer. He's a Pisces. Okay. And right now, Neptune is sitting on your sun. That's the most, I'm just going to highlight the most standout transits happening to you right now. Neptune conjunct the sun is you are either becoming the most ideal version of yourself or you're realizing exactly where you're self-deluding. Okay. Now you have a Sagittarius stellium. Remember that word again, that means 3 or more placements. You have the moon in Sag, where the moon is today. So you're having a moon return today. You have Neptune in Sag at 26 degrees. Okay, remember your sun in Pisces is 25. So you got a sun Neptune square in your chart, and transiting Neptune is on your sun. So there's a consistent theme right here where you are really seeing where you're not clear about things in relationship to who you are, your identity, how you define yourself, your personality, or you really are, like I said, just deciding and cultivating what that ideal self is, right? Sun Neptune square. Now, I'm going to put out one more thing and then I'm going to pass it to Kai Zodiac so you can talk about the rest of your chart. I said, your Neptune is 26 degrees of Sagittarius. That is the center of the galaxy. That is the galactic center, okay? Neptune is spirituality. Neptune is dreams, your subconscious. Like I said, the dream realm. So people who have placements at 26 degrees of Sagittarius often have a very important mission with respect to the collective, with respect to the cosmos. It's literally the galactic center, 26 degrees of Sag. And your sun in Pisces squares that. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you're into spirituality, esoteric, arcane sciences or things of that nature, like I said, spiritual tough subject matter or topics. But, if you are, it's not just something you're into for yourself. You have to extend that outward to large groups of people because your Neptune, which is spirituality, is at the galactic center. Conjunct the moon and Uranus as well, which is the collective. So are you teaching people? Are you mentoring people? Are you dropping gems and knowledge on large groups of people? Spiritual knowledge, I wouldn't be surprised. And if not, probably that's, where life is going to lead you. And I'm going to segue it to you, Kai.
And just for those at home, we're only doing a few readings here, so please don't go crazy out there because we only have so much time. We already got 3 other ones already popped up. Go ahead.
We're gonna give our information so that this is what we do. We're gonna give our information so you can reach out there.
Nice. And you're frozen again there, Kai, just so you know.
Oh man.
Unless you want to do the share screen again.
What is going on here?
I don't know. Where's Mercury at?
What about
now? Blank.
Okay.
Unless you want to do the share screen again.
It's a dope screenshot, though, Kai.
Dope
screenshot.
Good screenshot.
Well, we see blank on this side.
Yeah, bro. What about now?
Well, let me just keep it going real quick, just so you know. You have Mars at 15 degrees of Libra. Okay. 15 degrees is the middle of every sign. I hope y'all taking notes. Like this is like some of this is like that, like the galactic center and stuff I was talking about earlier. Like that's important. 15 degrees of Libra, Mars. So watch with the bumping heads with your partners. I'm sure you learn a lot of lessons around that. You have Venus in Aquarius, and I'm gonna stop here. Venus because I know you want to go on to other people. Venus in Aquarius and Jupiter in Scorpio. Venus Jupiter square. Be mindful of the fact that it's not always how many relationships you have, it's the quality of the relationship. Venus in Aquarius, you may even gravitate to non-conventional relationships. So society says this is what a husband is, this is what a wife is, this is what a boyfriend is. Nah, Venus in Aquarius is like, I have my own definition of what a relationship is. It may go against the grain or the so-called norm. And in square to Jupiter and Scorpio, sometimes, there may be some relationship challenges that come up around control and, desire and things of that nature. But that's just a little bit of what you want to keep in mind. Oh, by the way, wait, the reason why I'm sorry, AD, I get a little carried away. But the reason why you actually dropped your information in the super chat and you got this reading, let me tell you why. Because the sun right now is 19 degrees of Cancer. Where's your south node? 19 degrees of Cancer. The sun is on your south node as we speak today. So your past issues, the things that you've been learning or lessons that have come up for you in the past is highlighted today. The sun is literally opposite, on your south node today. The sun on the south node is letting you know, hey, what's out of here? What's outdated? What from your history have you learned, or that I learned it, I need to keep it moving. I need to move on. That's big. Anytime we talk about the nodes being aspected, north node or south node, it's being highlighted. What does the sun do? It sheds light. So your south node is being highlighted today by the sun. So that's big. That's why you got this reading today, because it's something you need to be clear about as far as your past. And life has shown you that whatever it is, it's in the past, which means keep it moving. That north node in Capricorn, opposite that, you're here to deal with the bottom line, be responsible, mature, handle your business. You have a full moon coming up on Wednesday that's pretty much conjunct your north node. So whatever responsibilities in your life that, you're not really fully addressing, they're coming front and center in your life. I hope that didn't, overwhelm you.
Yeah, just so you know. Okay, so we got 5 total people asking for readings, but just for the sake of time and everybody watching, we're gonna do a little 30-second readings for these. But please do not super chat anymore for readings, because I know they're starting to flood in. It's getting crazy. We're gonna go back to Red Sun because he was the first one to post for a reading. For Red Sun, he says Lankenau Hospital. We don't know the hospital. Wynwood, Pennsylvania, 6 a.m.
What was the date again?
November 10th, 1982.
6 a.m. First house in.
We're just going to do 30-second readings for the sake of time and for those watching. And we're also going to be able to post in the description box links to Ka and Ty. I don't know how you guys handle readings and people approaching you, but that's going to be up to you guys. But yeah, we'll set it up there so that you guys can get actual readings and things like that. But there are resources on YouTube to learn more about astrology. Okay, go ahead. However you guys want to handle this.
Red Sun, right?
Red Sun.
November 82, right?
Yep.
6 a.m. First house sun, Scorpio, right? A lot of Scorpio. Super Scorpio studying, very intense thinking, right? Interest in occult matters dealing with death, sexuality, shared resources, obsession, right? Extremities, right? Virgo moon, care a lot about your friends, right? Your friends and your associates are like your family, right? Not go too far. You in growth and travel season, expansion, right? Learning, education. Unorthodox changes in relationships, right? Unorthodox relationships could be breaking up, right? Or experiencing some kind of unorthodox experiences that are throwing things off balance, and throwing things into a new order in terms of personal relationships. 30 seconds, right?
Nice. That's perfect. Okay, cool. Great job. Your screen's frozen again, just so you know.
All right. I'm gonna share the screen again because it seems to be the only way y'all can see me.
Okay. Next one, Chandler. December 14th, 85, Phoenix, Arizona. He doesn't know the time.
December 14th.
Yep. 85, Phoenix, Arizona. We're just doing 30-second readings at home for sake of time.
Well, yeah.
All right.
What was the year?
Phoenix, Arizona.
No, the year.
Phoenix.
The year.
Okay.
Oh, 85, 85.
85.
22-degree Sagittarius sun. You know, again, you're close to that galactic center. All you Sag people, you know, have those, you know, late degree Sagittarius placements, you know, you have a big mission, you know, like think about DMX. He's in that tribe, you know, that galactic center, late Sagittarius degree, but you have a stellium, you know, again, Sun, Uranus. People who have a Sun, Uranus conjunction, you guys, you know, you're usually very, very advanced, very intellectually advanced. Sun Uranus, you know, again, rules electricity, right? And the sun is the heart. So think about a defibrillator, you know? You guys really kind of like bring that energy, like you literally have a charged heart, but you represent that to other people. And especially, like I said, in close proximity to that galactic center. You have the moon in Capricorn, so this full moon coming up, you know, will be a moon return for you. Your Jupiter is actually my north node, which is probably why I'm even sharing this information with you. Your Jupiter is my north node. Jupiter in Aquarius, and I'll stop there. Jupiter in Aquarius, you have a mission to share and teach the collective, and that's it. We won't do the whole chart.
Nice. All right. Moving on, we've got Mazal Tawab. He's a regular on the show. July 17th, 1989, Queens, New York, 12:51 a.m.
You said July 17th?
July 17th, 89. That would make him a Cancer, right?
Yeah. What time?
12:51 a.m.
12:51 a.m.
Yeah.
What's the location?
Queens, New York.
Mm-hmm. Rising Sun, Mercury is very, very, very much of a personification of what this energy is right now. Sun in Capricorn with Mercury. Sun and Mercury in Cancer with the moon in Capricorn. This is exactly the energy we're about to be dealing with, right? So that's about to experience a moon return during full moon, right? So it's going to bring a whole new cycle focused on relationship building and domestic issues. And the balance of that, you know, private life versus family and work. Not only that, but Venus is about to hit your Jupiter, right? Which could indicate a lot of increase in resources and opportunities in that regard. And that is dealing with communication. Time to speak up and express your feelings too.
All right. Very good. Myeoshe Champ is a regular on the show. She says, could you please read my chart too? I'm April 28th, 11 o'clock a.m. Oh, we need your, 1982. So April 28th, 82, Reading, England. Wow, England. 11 a.m. That would make her a Taurus, I believe.
20 April 28th would be about a 7-degree Taurus. Well, I'll take that one. What's the location?
Location is Reading, England.
April 28th, 1982. Yeah, 7-degree Taurus sun.
So,
Yep, Mercury 24 degrees, Taurus, and Chiron 21. She got Taurus stellium. So, you know, Uranus is there. She probably but she probably went through those changes a while back. As far as like the changes, because Uranus is now like 17, but Chiron 21, her Jupiter is in Scorpio opposite the sun. So you got Jupiter's 5 degrees, Scorpio. Jupiter opposite the sun.
you can see that person got a Mars Jupiter going on right now. Mars opposite Jupiter, right? We could create conflicts with people who could be like in a fatherly position. It could Mars opposite Jupiter could make you really upset about things. Somebody might owe you some money or something like that too. Because Mars and Taurus, right, could create money problems, right, opposite Jupiter. Right?
All right. Let's see. Okay. For those at home, we're not accepting any more readings. We're going to do the last three here. Mike White, 7/21/91, 3 p.m. Toronto, Ontario.
7/21/91. Well, we know that's like 20, like 25, 24 degrees Cancer. 24. Wait, 7/21?
Yes, 7/21/91.
No. That's no. He's a Leo. 7/21/91. And then you said 91?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get here because make sure it was.
Thank you guys for doing this, by the way. I know readings are not easy, especially these.
There we go. 7/20. Yeah, that is. He's 28. He's a 28 degree Cancer sun. So he's right there, like almost. You just made the tribe.
On the cusp, right?
28 degree Cancer sun. North Node in Cancer. People who have the sun, by the way, people who have the sun and the North Node conjunct, usually any sign, you guys, you win at life. You win at life. Sun conjunct North Node means that it's usually very easy for you to bring whatever you're, striving for, destiny wise, bring it into fruition. I know people often don't like to, whatever. Donald Trump, perfect example of, Sun North Node, not in Cancer, but where you have it. But just so you know that you have that's a very advantageous aspect in a natal chart. Sun conjunct the North Node, and you should have very big, bright ideas. When you get bright ideas, develop them, bring them into fruition. You have a Jupiter Mercury conjunction in Leo, so you're probably very showy, dramatic. People probably really like you, enjoy your company, but big communicator, like I said, big ideas. So you want to keep that in mind over these next couple weeks. A good portion of your chart is going to be lit up between Cancer season and Leo season coming up because you have like I said, a good portion of your chart is in Leo, and of course, like I said, Sun North Node in Cancer.
That's Pluto opposite the sun too, so you could be going through issues with relationships, dying slowly, transforming in some way, slowly merging together, and slowly ending.
All right. Nice. All right, 2 more to go. March 28th, 86, New Bedford, Massachusetts, 8 p.m. Miss Kitty. Shout out to Miss Kitty.
Shout out to Miss Kitty.
March 28th.
86. New Bedford, Massachusetts, 8 p.m.
March 28th. Let's see here. March 28th, 86. Well, 7-degree Aries sun. Now, Jupiter is about to retrograde in about maybe 3 or 4 weeks from now. And it's going to be 7 degrees of Aries, which is your sun degree. So Jupiter's going to be on your sun. So you need to turn up by like the end of like Leo season, going into Virgo season. Retrograde Jupiter, that means going back, taking a trip back, crossing your sun in Aries. If you want to take initiative on anything in your life and you need that confidence, you need that drive, you know, you need that push, it's probably the opportunity is going to come, you know, for that to happen, because like I said, Jupiter's going to be on your sun. That's one of the most favorable aspects in astrology outside of, say, a birthday. Sun Jupiter is, I mean, people, you know, really look forward to that, because again, it's the sun, which feels good, and Jupiter, which expands. So that's something you know, I mean, there's a lot more, but like you said, we're in limited time, but just know that Jupiter's crossing your sun within the next 5 weeks.
All right. And then last super chat reading from Asun the Great. 08/12/75. Oh, he didn't put where he was born. Asun the Great, you got to tell us where you were born. He just put his signs, but he didn't put where he was born.
What's the
75, okay.
1975 at 12 a.m. He says he's a Leo with a Libra moon and a Taurus ascendant.
What it was August what?
12th.
12, okay.
75. If you guys have any questions about astrology, you can still super chat if you have questions. We're just not taking any more readings. Go ahead.
Well, that's the 22 degree Leo.
Oh, yeah, well, he's 19-degree Leo sun. So just so you know, 30 days from now, that, you know, that obviously will be your birthday. So what we're talking about today, we're kind of ahead. Like, so just look, you know, the sun is actually in your 12th house, literally right now today. So a month from now, some of the things that we've discussed today, you'll see them start to come into fruition. Pluto, listen, this Pluto, you have 7 degrees of Libra. Just like I told the previous person, Jupiter is going to retrograde to 7 degrees of Aries. That means Jupiter will be opposite your Pluto. In astrology, Jupiter-Pluto is known as the millionaire's aspect or the billionaire's aspect. So Jupiter is going to retrograde in Aries, opposing your Pluto within a month or so, or maybe even around now. You know what I mean? Like, you might be having opportunities come up to really get that bag. And that could be through business endeavors. That could be through inheritance. Because keep in mind, Pluto, you know, deals with death and inheritance, or just investments. It doesn't necessarily have to be death related. I don't want to, you know, scare anybody or anything, but Jupiter will be opposite your Pluto. That pay attention to situations that come up where you get an opportunity, like I said, to get the bag through business or sharing resources with others, or investments from others, or, you know, joint ventures.
You travel too.
Yeah, you can travel, you know, definitely. But the millionaires, billionaires aspect, just know that that's coming for you.
That's good.
Nice. Very cool. Okay, so that's it for the super chat readings. Rasul, I see you. We're going to get to Virgos in a second. But first, we've got one more reading for you guys, and that is for the beautiful Myeoshe. Are you guys ready to do her chart real quick?
Oh, yeah.
You can go you can go longer than 30 seconds for Myeoshe, too.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Okay, are you ready? Do you want to tell them?
Yeah, so it's August 2nd, 86. 7:34 a.m. Los Angeles, California.
And Kyle, you're frozen again.
I'm about to throw myself out.
Don't do it. You can just share a screen.
All right.
August 2nd, 86.
7:34 a.m. Los Angeles.
7:34 a.m. I'm gonna put your actual birth time in. I didn't with the other people, but 7:34 a.m.
You're good now, Kyle.
Good now?
Yeah.
So you got Saturn sitting on the cusp of your seventh house right now. Basically. Well, I'm looking at Saturn. Yeah. The example that we was given earlier, as far as relationships for Leos and all of that, double applies. You would double Leo.
Yeah.
Ooh.
How do you know? He knew.
These guys are the masters.
He knew. Yeah.
They know.
I'm sun and rising.
If you're born between 6 and 8, approximately, born between 6 and 8 a.m., then we know you got the sun typically in the same sign as the ascendant. But if you're born 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. approximately, you got the sun in the 7th. Right? Double Leo. So anyway, but the sun falls in the 12th. Even though Leo's a sign of confidence, but still there's a part of you that's hidden. There's a part of you that your creativity, your light is somewhere behind the scenes. You love me. No doubt about that. Okay?
So her rising is Leo too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
wow.
I'm double. Remember I told
So
you?
double Leo, and then her moon's in Cancer.
Yep.
Wow.
Moon's in Cancer, Mercury 25 degrees. Mercury trying to you love to talk, but only when you're really comfortable.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah, he
That's
knows.
why in this situation, because of the fact we in Cancer, so Sun and Mercury is on is in between your Mercury and the Moon, so it makes you a little bit more comfortable than you normally would be. And so other than that, you know what I'm saying, behind the scenes, you have a Mercury and the Moon in the 11th house that's speaking to groups in the public.
Yeah, he knows.
Venus and Virgo, you're very hypercritical of what you like and what you don't like. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially with food too. Want to eat anything. Venus and Virgo, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't want this, I don't want that. That's what we're saying. Right? Pluto in the 3rd, you're skeptical. But you think deep.
Wow.
Yeah.
7 days from now, write this date down. 7 days from now, Venus is gonna cross your part of fortune. Could be great. Could be great for money, resources. Could be great for you. Like, can't lose. Venus is
somebody watching gonna give her a job.
right. I mean, it could happen. Like, Venus is gonna be on your part of fortune 7 days from now, which would be the 19th. I guess, yeah, July 19th.
So she
see
should
what
buy.
else you got coming
She
up.
should buy a lottery ticket that day.
You better get out of here. You better get out of here.
Why, you were thinking about that?
Yes, and that's what I do. I play the lotto.
You do?
I'm going to win the lotto one day. I'm going to win. I know I'm going to win soon. I just don't know when.
Well, there's the date right there.
Look, I'm going to tell you why you said it. You got a Venus Jupiter opposition. What you're able to depends on your chart, right? You can have a lot because you got Venus opposite Jupiter, but the reality is that you imagine yourself having way more than you have because Jupiter's in Pisces. You got a super big imagination, but that imagination extends itself to your possessions and things you want in your resources. You got to work. You find yourself having to work for things more than you really imagine yourself wanting to. You know what I'm saying?
He knows.
Jupiter and Pisces is philanthropy. You know what I'm saying? So people might feel sorry for you, or some people will give you things sometimes and help you in ways that you don't even anticipate. Okay?
You got a Cash App?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna put it on screen. So people can send you money. That might be it. You might get one hell of a Cash App. Check the
For real?
description for her Cash App. It's gonna be there before the show's over. Feel free to send Myeoshe some money.
Okay.
And for y'all too. Go ahead.
Venus and okay. Are you very? How do you deal with being very selective as far as like are you like you're super critical as far as like romantic partners, right?
Very critical. Too critical. I mean, I just, I have a high standard for myself.
That's not a bad thing, just at all. It's not a bad thing.
That's that Leo
Venus-
energy.
Yeah.
You have long distance relationships with these people, possibly the internet, things of that nature, social networking. You know what I'm saying? You have a relationship with friends, people who are distant. And a lot of times, let me tell you something. It'd be what you imagine, not necessarily what what the reality is. But you have a super big imagination, and you always want more than you can handle.
Leos always go big. I noticed that.
Yeah.
They're not minimalists.
Yeah. We always want more than we can have. We feel like we can handle it.
You got Jupiter and Pisces. That's where that amplification. In the 7th house, Jupiter in the house of relationship, you find yourself having relationships with people who are distant.
Mm.
Yeah.
Not really, as far as the professional sector of your life, I'm gonna give you another date. Obviously, you have Pluto 4 degrees Scorpio. So let me give you another date that I if you want to write this down.
Yes, I'm writing it down. I got July 19th.
Oh, you wrote that one? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let me see. I'll just give you all the important dates coming up. July 26th. Whatever's going on in your life professionally, that may be a day where you see some sort of advancement or possibly some sort of shift in status. That's what I've seen. The sun will be directly squaring your Pluto on that day, July 26th.
Where Mars is now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mars, you mean Mars opposite her Jupiter? You mean?
Mars is opposite your Pluto now.
Oh. So you are changing your whole identity. Like something about you is completely rebirthing itself.
Yeah, most definitely. I just lost 2 parents, so I'm definitely changing.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely changing. I even...
You know what's deep about that? Pluto is the 3rd house. Remember I tell you, the 3rd house corresponds to Gemini, the 3rd sign. Gemini is always double, duplicate, right? From the perspective of Leo, that Pluto and Scorpio energy is the 4th house, which deals with parents and family. Mars is exactly opposite there right now.
Wow.
Nice. And y'all can see Myeoshe's Cash App right there on screen. It's also going to be in the description.
I appreciate the blessing.
Along with her Instagram and website. Fire. And we're also going to have the information of Zodiak and Tiye Phoenix. Tiye Phoenix, you have a super chat here that says, it's from Miss Kitty. She says, Tiye Phoenix, your music is fire.
Mm-hmm.
Is having a Scorpio moon and ascendant the reason why I know things before I know things?
Probably one reason, one of several reasons in her chart. And thank you, by the way, Miss Kitty. I appreciate that. Yeah, Scorpio definitely can make you see things behind the veil. said Scorpio ascendant and moon. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. You probably do know things beforehand. And I don't know if you have any other water placements or 12th house planetary placements or, yeah, but definitely.
Yeah, because it's interesting when you look at the elements in your chart, you can see if you have a lot of water, if you have a lot of air, if you have a lot of fire. That can give you a quick run through of the kind of energy that's going on in your chart too, I assume. Because there are some fiery Leos that have the rest of their charts water, you know, or vice versa, and that really affects their personality. You know, I've met a few Leos that they're very chill and they're very common. They're not as extroverted as you expect, but it's because they've got so much water or air or other influences that are affecting their chart. So that's very interesting. You can never really judge somebody by just their sun sign.
Yeah.
It's also where house it falls in, right? So, for example, like you got the sun in Leo, but it's in the Pisces house. So the 12th house is behind the scenes. So it's like playing a behind the scenes role. Leo shines. It's always going to shine. But when it's in the 12th, it shines from behind the scenes.
Ty, was those all the dates? Those 2 dates, was it? July 19th, July 26th?
Oh, let me go back to your chart. Okay.
Or we can do this off camera. No worries.
Oh yeah, I'll give you a full list of upcoming dates. Definitely, because there's clearly more things coming for you in the next, just period.
All right.
This is very good.
How you like that?
This
cool,
was
right?
very good. Like, I loved it. It makes sense. It made sense of like my emotions, how I've been feeling, being very in tune. I was just having this conversation, and Ty, I want to ask the question: is if women were more in tune, we would know our cycle by the moon, correct?
Yeah, our cycles synchronize with the movements of the moon. Typically, is that a question from the chat? Like, does the person want to know like how they can determine their cycle with more accuracy, or are you just saying in general?
Just in general.
Oh, yeah. Our cycles, the funny thing is, I'm sure you know this, like how women's rhythms like synchronize with each other. So if you're like in a room of like 5 or 6 different women, after like a week or 2 or whatever, like everybody's cycle is on the same like schedule. Like, so the moon definitely can indicate our feminine, it's an indicator of our feminine rhythms.
Okay.
But yeah, we can you can use your moon sign, I guess, to just really like determine exactly your own personal rhythm. But yeah, feminine energy somehow or another, like that's just always been very mystical to me, like how we just like synchronize.
That's Venus. Venus, sixth level, finds balance, equilibrium.
Nice.
That's good.
All right. So you love it, right?
Yes, I did.
The last thing we're going to be doing here, as far as giving some kind of advice or something, is we got Rasul in the chat. Y'all know Rasul.
Virgo.
Yeah, he wants you to talk about Virgos.
Virgos want information. You know what I'm saying? They love information. They got to get all the information, all the details. Okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Virgos, the perfectionists, ruled by the stomach. They're picky eaters.
Well, Cancer is the stomach. For them, it will be the digestive system.
Oh, okay.
And the nervous system.
Yeah, they're the number 6, right?
Yeah.
And they have a tendency to worry about things that they probably don't have to worry about. They're
worry, anxiety, stress, work. Because of course you're gonna worry if you're trying to make things perfect. Right? Because what it is really it's about purity, right? It's the virgin. The virgin doesn't like mixing things. Because this goes here, that goes there. We don't mix it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Pisces is the opposite. Pisces takes everything and it mixes it all together. It's blending.
Mm-hmm.
Virgo compartmentalizes and puts everything in its place and organizes. This belongs here, that belongs there. This is for this, not for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's highly critical. So, and Virgo is the most skeptical. So they got Scorpio in the third house. So they naturally think they'll be the first to tell you that if they don't like something too. I don't like that. Right.
Yeah, that's Rasul.
That is right.
He's so straight up like, well, some people may not agree with that. That's cool.
Taurus loves Virgo. Because Virgo's the fifth house of Taurus, right? I got 3 planets in Virgo. I'm probably more Virgo than like he does that. I get it because I'm thinking the same thing and I'm going even further. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask me what I think about stuff. I'm gonna go to forget about it. Like I don't like that.
Yeah, I got my North Node in Virgo, and I can feel myself becoming more picky about things every single day. That's interesting, but Virgos, we need Virgos in the world because they see the cracks in the glass.
That have discernment.
Yeah.
They do.
Everything you can't put everything together and just mix everything has its place.
Yeah.
Okay? And especially for this science, it's great for this science because that's what this science is about.
Mm-hmm.
It's about observation. It's about observing the subtle details of things. It's about being able to discern the difference between one thing and another.
Mm-hmm.
Right? At the same time, in order to really understand it, you have to balance that with the Pisces because that's the last sign where it all comes together because it's all part of one circle. Everything is part of one circle, but everything's not the same and it's not in the same position in the circle. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
With Virgo, you have to remember these 2 phrases usually: work and service, health and wellness. Work and service, health and wellness.
Yeah,
so Rasul,
they love you. They're gonna help. You know what I'm saying? Virgo, they criticize things, but they're gonna help you. You know what I'm saying? They love to aid.
Wow.
Assist you. Clean, organization. You know what I'm saying? Walk into the room like, the rug looks like it's 35 degrees off, you know what I'm saying, or being aligned with the tiles. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta straighten that out. Your picture frame looks a little off. I gotta fix it. It's not even your house. You know what I'm saying? It's the nature of it. Like you want everything to be where it belongs in the way, and so it looks right and aligned. You know what I'm saying?
You can also get an idea about your sign by seeing others like celebrities who have the same sign as you do. So obviously we know about Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
You know about Beyonce. You also Eazy-E was a Virgo. Wiz Khalifa. You got Nas, Ludacris, Lil Yachty, Playboy Cardi, 2 Chainz.
Lyricist, you know what I'm saying? Virgo is lyricism. Virgo is being able to put things, words, and ideas together in form. There's a difference between Virgo and Gemini. They both ruled by Mercury, but Gemini is the speaker. Virgo is the writer, right? Because Virgo is Earth. And when you put it in Earth, that's taking the same idea but putting it in a form where, now it's on paper, it's given a certain structure and a certain order, right?
Yeah. There it is. You also got Exhibit, Foxy Brown, Shake West, Flow Rider.
And whenever Mercury is retrograde, just keep your eyes open because Mercury is your ruler. So when Mercury's retrograde, watch, the vehicles you're operating, things of that nature. Just, your Mercury rule.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Awesome. Okay, so that's what's up for Rasul. And I think we got Rasul's also information is in the description. So you can follow Rasul on YouTube and Instagram. So shout out to Sul for that.
Shout out to Rasul.
Yeah. Man, and then so when you guys come back, we're gonna have you guys back again, like I said, when we're closer to Priest's birthday. So you can give Priest a full-on reading. I'm sure he's gonna love that and everything. Priest, if you're watching, go ahead and come back in on the Zoom. I know he had to leave real quick, but
come back.
I'm gonna tell Priest to come on back. One quick thing I wanted to go over was medical astrology. Now this one is getting a little bit deeper here, but like when you look at someone's chart, you can kind of see what there might be some ailments, or they might have problems by looking at the malefics. So like Mars would be a malefic and Saturn would be a malefic. And if you have those in certain parts of the chart, it can point out where you may have physical problems. Do you talk much about that, Ka?
Always.
Mm.
You would look at the eighth house.
Eighth house.
You look at its ruler. You would look at Mars. You look at the aspects. The aspects have a lot to do with it too. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, let's say you got a Mars Uranus opposition. You might break your ankle or something like that.
Wow.
Or you got conflicts and fights, you know, with your friends. And that may be how you end yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or do things real sporadically. You know what I'm saying? And or you may suddenly hit your head at things of that nature.
Yeah. I find that part fascinating, looking at that, because some people might have ailments or, like digestive issues, and then maybe they have Mars and Virgo.
Yeah, I got Mars and Virgo, and I've had digestive issues.
Oh, wow.
So you're 100% on point with that.
I know that part goes in deep, but man, that's kind of where my studying is right now. I'm still learning about how to look at the houses, but boy, it's so deep, and it seems to be endless.
Right. So much to
Mars
learn.
is going to touch you. It's going to burn you. It's going to bruise you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
With Pluto, is going to could be a surgery. It could be something. It'll injure you, but differently than Mars, because it's deeper.
Mm-hmm.
More right? Where it indicates, a deep wound. You deal with that Pluto Scorpio energy. It's maroon. Like when you get cut very deep, the blood is different. It's like more of a dark maroon color, whereas the surface wound is a light cut is bright red as Aries.
Mm-hmm.
Mars, right?
Yeah.
Saturn is something dealing with the bone.
Nice. Okay. So before we start talking music, is there any other astrology words or messages or advice or anything you want to tell the world about, maybe where the charts are right now, what we should all look at? Any advice for the world right now?
Yeah. In preparation for this upcoming full moon, because it's gonna have you in your feelings, but these feelings are gonna be connected to Pluto. These feelings are gonna be heavy. And right now, the energy is still light because the moon is in Sag. Even though we've been talking about things that could seem heavy, the energy is still has this jubilant, joyful kind of feel to it. You know what I'm saying? This has been more of a celebratory kind of energy today. Regardless. Moon in Capricorn is where the reality sets in. And the weight and the heaviness of what you're feeling kicks in. It's heavy feelings. And then when it conjuncts Pluto, it's heavy feelings connected to loss, heavy feelings connected to that which is deep and psychological, and it brings us into a more deep internalized space where we got to sit and process things, right? So what I want to say is that it's very important that we allow ourselves to feel whatever we're supposed to feel. There's some people they don't want to deal with feelings. Not talking about you, Leos. Right? But you have to go along with the energy that you're in, right? And that's the key to dealing with whatever it is you're dealing with, is that you have to go along with the energy. Let's going with the flow, right? So if we're in Cancer season, the flow is dealing with your feelings. The flow is processing your emotions. The flow is dealing with the past, right? The flow is dealing with what's going on inside, what's going on behind the scenes, dealing with your private life and what's personal, right? And when you involve the moon conjunct Pluto for the full moon, it brings in deep wounds that are old, not new things, old wounds.
Very nice.
we're freeing ourselves from those things because Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, which is Aquarius, the sign of freedom. So it's all about being able to be accountable, be aware, and accept things so that you can free yourself.
That's good.
How about you, Tiye Phoenix? What would you like to tell the world about astrology and or what's happening?
Well, enjoy the fullness of Cancer season, what remains, even though the emotions may be heavy. You know, we are a full moon, regardless of what sign it's in, usually brings emotions to the surface that were not visible to the world. That's what a full moon is, when the sun and moon are opposing each other. So the moon is often hidden, as you know, comes out at night. But when the sun is standing opposite the moon, it's shining light on what we don't normally see. So there may be a lot of heaviness because Capricorn is a heavy sign. And Cancer, its opposite, is also heavy. So like Zodiac said, you know, feel those emotions. They're probably not going to be light. And because Pluto is in Capricorn, like he said, Pluto is involved. So that's deeply buried old things that you may not even have been conscious of, because, you know, Pluto deals with the black box. You know, like on a plane, the black box has the secret information about the flight and what happened. So Pluto deals with our like subconscious, our black box. So all of this comes into play on Wednesday when we have the full moon in Capricorn. But remember, you know, once you purge, it's out there. And once it's out there, you're lighter for that. You're not carrying that burden. You're not bearing that weight that you no longer need to carry. So allow the full moon to assist you in the process of purge. I'm picking up, sis, that you may, you know, I'm picking up, like you said, that you have a lot of grieving that you haven't done, but in your soul, you feel it's necessary. Like at some point it has to take place. So perhaps this moon will give you an opportunity, if you consciously like set aside time and take, you know, the opportunity and the time to just say, I'm gonna just feel everything I've been running from and everything that I've been, you know, scared to, you know, embrace emotionally. So maybe this moon will give you a beautiful opportunity to do that, where you will be able to fly because you'll be lighter afterward. And then, you know, you'll go into your season next week. You'll go into your season, you know, maybe feeling a little more purified, hopefully. So I hope that, you know, helps. But for everybody, you know, the same applies for you as well, and me, all of us, that allow this moon to just, you know, give you a chance to clear out, to empty. Like Ka said, you know, when the cup is full, there's nowhere else for the contents to go but to be poured out. So this is a pouring out. This is a pouring out. So let's all do it. Let's all just release and you know, purge, and so we can go into Leo season being the badasses that we all get inspired to be when the sun is in Leo.
That's good, because all this knowledge not only helps us to, you know, brace ourselves for what's about to happen, but it gives us the opportunity to take advantage of that energy too, and put it to where we could use it. So if you know it's going to be emotional on Wednesday, and you start to feel that, your knowledge gives you more control. Your awareness of it gives you control. Like, wait a minute, they said that this is that full moon energy right now. They may embrace it, take a deep breath. Maybe you want to set some time to meditate on that day. Maybe you want to set some time to maybe not see somebody on that day that you know might trigger you. You might be triggered by a certain person. Stay away from them on Wednesday. You know what I mean? So this is where the knowledge starts to be applied in your everyday life, because you're starting to realize timing is everything. and you can plan your calendar, you can plan your month, plan your week, plan your day in advance by knowing the tendencies of the energy in advance. And like I said, not only brace yourself, but take this chance for the opportunity. Use it. Use this for getting things done. You know what I mean? Spring cleaning is a good time to clean because it's spring. You know what I mean? Now that we're in summertime, this could be a time to shine. This could be a time to, obviously we're in Cancer season, so time to be with family, embrace everything, and take it for what it is. There's so much to learn. And thank you so much, Ka Zodiac and Tiye Phoenix, for going
Thank you so much, Kai. Thank you, Ty.
on this stuff. It's amazing. Like I said, we're gonna have you guys back again and again. Y'all are regulars on the show, not only with the astrology, but with the music, because, man, you both are insanely talented, you know, and we play Ka Zodiac as a grand finale all the time when he submits the music. We actually have some new Ka Zodiac music today. And that's right. And we're gonna play Tiye Phoenix's song again today.
Yeah, I like
Go
that
ahead.
song. When I heard that track, I think it was Who We Are.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, who is that girl? What? Her flow is stupid. So shout out to you.
Thank you.
You're very intellectual. You like the things that you were saying was raw, but the truth. And continue to shed love and light on that. Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
Seriously.
Wow.
So for even like Priest was like, that's the girl you was like that with the hard flow. I'm like, okay, cool. She's talented and she's intuitive. But I love. So it's nice to see another goddess doing her thing. And God.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
Kyle, what were you gonna say?
The Ty is an anomaly.
Yeah.
You know,
How's an anomaly?
you know, that's why we're here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love those who do what you can't find anywhere. What's special and unorthodox and rare. You know, rare gem. Ty's a rare gem.
Yeah.
So wait till you hear, you know, this project that we was trying to get something, you know, for y'all today. About to wait. This project that we working on together for a New World Aura. Right? Wait.
Nice. Yeah.
Can't wait to hear it.
Oh man, what's great about your music, Ka, is that you put out so much audio, but your visuals work so well with your music that your productions are more of an experience. You know what I mean? And there's not other videos that do it like that. Like it's really hard to compare Ka to anybody because you're dropping knowledge at the same time, dropping the visuals that correlate with it, and it's like a huge dose of psychedelic, you know, shrooms happening at you at once. But you're opening the pineal gland, and I gotta say, because you know I'm very critical with sound and mix and everything, and your production just sounds good all the time, and I like the way you mix your vocals because no matter what the beat sounds like, I can hear what you're saying. Your vocals are mixed in a way where it's still piercing through. I can understand everything, and it's cool. I've never able to find something to fix with Ka's music because it's mixed so well. Who's doing the mixing and all that? Is that you or somebody else?
Listen, every beat that you ever heard, I did all of it. Every video, I did all of it.
Wow.
All the graphic design, I did all of it.
Man.
All of it. You know what I'm saying? I think there was maybe only one beat out of everything that you ever heard that I didn't do. Like everything, I do all of it. It's a lot of work, really.
I can see that because, boy, you are using that green screen in so many creative ways. One of my favorite ones was when you had yourself flying like Superman.
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh, man, you must have had like a green screen chair or something like that.
It was actually a weight lift.
Oh, man.
I stretched my mind to think, what can I do that hasn't been done before?
Yeah.
And how to do something in a way that it's gonna be mind blowing even to me. You know what I'm saying? And if it doesn't do that for me, then I don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I can't do average things. That bores me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I want to do things that are unprecedented and mind blowing.
Yeah. Well, with that Scorpio energy.
That's Uranus rising.
Oh, okay.
It's Uranus rising.
Mm.
Whatever you have in the first house, you embody.
Mm.
Uranus represents that which is unorthodox knowledge. It's also when Ty got Uranus in the first too. So it's that which is unorthodox, different, and advanced.
That's the advantage of knowing your own chart.
Yeah.
Is you know how to adjust and revamp and enhance certain skills, and work on anything that might be going against you. You can make adjustments and just get closer to godlike in a way, because you're adjusting. You know thyself. To know thyself is to know thy chart.
Yeah.
It would seem. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And that way you understand. What are my faults? Where can I improve? What can I fix? What can I enhance? What are my my strong attributes, and how can I use them to better my life and others? That's incredible.
It works for
incredible.
somebody else, it's gonna work for you.
Yeah.
That's your own formula.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the problems nowadays. Is everybody look at a certain model and they say, okay, this is what's working. We're all gonna copy that. All of y'all got different charts. You got different strengths, different weaknesses, different flavors, different like you gotta be you all the way.
Mm-hmm.
The only way you could ever win is by being you. The second you step into somebody else's lane, the second you stop being what you are to try to duplicate something else, you lost already.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
The only way that you can win is by being you.
That's true. And
Whatever that means.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if man is of God and God creates, he is our creator, then our job is to also create, whether that be
Right.
with music, with videos, whether with offspring,
Right.
to build houses. Everyone's a creator of something. And that's our job. We don't want to just be sitting idle and doing nothing.
Yeah.
Your job here is to create, improve, and better, and build constantly creating. So for some people, it's creating money.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Speaking of creating money, I'm going to segue into, is there a correlation, and I know there is a little bit online, for this cryptocurrency world? Are people is the stock market correlated with astrology anyway? Can we predict things?
Everything called.
Yes.
I feel like this. There's nothing that has ever existed that doesn't correspond to this.
Mm.
Nothing. Like that's why there's so many different branches of astrology, because really
Uranus in Taurus, presently, and Saturn in Aquarius presently both deal with digital money.
Mm.
Saturn in Aquarius is digital money. Uranus in Taurus is digital money, or technological advancements or experimentation in the financial world. All of it's both of those transits speak to that.
Mm.
Wow.
glad you brought that up too, because look, I'm gonna share the screen again real quick because there's a date that I want to show y'all.
Oh shit.
Very important, because proof of the matter is that there's two worlds that are at odds with each other, right? In one way, we're kind of being pushed and forced into this whole artificial digital money world, and in another way, nature's calling us. And what I've realized, especially with all of the earth energy I got, is you have to deal with real value, and that which is always, I don't care what people are using to sell things and buy things with, you're gonna need to eat. That's why Taurus before money is food.
Mm.
That's why the dollars duplicate the leaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what we need more. If you want to be free, you got to feed yourself. So look at it. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So on the first, right?
August 1st.
Yeah, we got Mars, Uranus, and the North Node, all conjunct in Taurus at 18 degrees, with Venus at 18 degrees of Cancer. Now, what does this mean? The North Node is the direction that we're collectively going in. Mars is force, it's being pushed. Uranus deals with technology and change, and Taurus deals with money, food. It could be things like food crises, changes in how we deal with currency and resources, digital money, all that kind of stuff, right? that we need for our own security and comfort, Venus and Cancer, right? So this is a guaranteed forced shift that can't be avoided in some way. We're all going to experience this in some way, but collectively, this is a shift that we all got to deal with. And from the perspective of Leo, because it's going to be Leo season, Taurus deals with government, because the 10th house deals with the public. So the way that we deal with the public deals with the status quo, currency exchange, and all these kind of things, and value in general is going to change in ways that we don't expect quickly.
So we're looking at a major shift happening around August 1st. Because, boy, stock market has been dropping. Bitcoin has been dropping. Everything is falling right now. Everyone's trying to hodl. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, when is this going to, so I'm starting to look to astrology to be like, okay, when is this going to start seeing more of a bull market? You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out when we should invest.
That shows you right there. It shows you right there how astrology is connected to a bull market. The bull is Taurus.
Bull is Taurus. That's right.
Right?
Yeah, that's true.
So Mars and Uranus is a wild bull, a crazy bull, right?
Yeah,
it's a bull in a china shop being tasted. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And Taurus doesn't like change.
Yeah.
Taurus wants to stay the same. So Mars and Uranus, which is forced change, with the North Node, which is the stated direction that we're all going. And we can't avoid, and these changes are going to affect things in a personal level.
Yeah.
It's ruled by Venus, which is in Cancer, and it's going to blindside us because Cancer is the 12th house behind the scenes of Leo, where the sun's going to be. Right?
Yeah.
So adjust to these things now. And it doesn't mean necessarily just going along with whatever everyone's telling you to do. I told you, no matter what people are doing, we got to get back to the land.
Yeah.
Because that's the root of all of it. I don't care what you're doing, what you're selling, all of it comes from the land. They got everybody ready to jump into fantasy world and go buy up property in the metaverse and go after illusion. Reality is you gotta feed your real mouth.
Yeah.
Your real, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I just know that the timing is everything with the cryptocurrency, and like if the timing's right, it seems like August 1st might be a time to probably invest.
Mars means go.
Say again?
Mars is go.
Mars is go? Okay. Because there's a quote by JP Morgan. He's like, millionaires don't use astrology. Billionaires do. So I'm trying to tap in. Okay, what do the billionaires know? You know what I'm saying? They're definitely looking at the houses.
Right.
they follow in Mars and Taurus. So that's interesting.
Though more than anything, Uranus and Taurus means this. It means that the knowledge is the money. Our hierarchy of value is thrown off.
Yeah.
When you put to the ascendant, it exalts the sign of Aquarius, which is knowledge, right? No matter what, for example, right now, in order for you to invest and do whatever you need to do, you need information. You know what I'm saying? So what's the most important thing? The knowledge.
Yeah.
If somebody doesn't know how to make money, or they don't know what's valuable, or they don't know what to do with it, you can give them $5 billion. They'll get rid of all of it. It'll be gone in a couple of years. Somebody else who has the right knowledge could have nothing, and they could rebuild an empire 5 times over because they know how to. So what's the ultimate value? Knowledge.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. People are chasing after things. But what's going to be everlasting? Knowing. Look, we're sitting here talking about the value of a science that is as old as humanity is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not losing value, it's still gaining value.
That's true.
Being in Aquarius with Uranus and Taurus is regaining the value for things that are old and ancient. Because the truth of the matter is they're everlasting. Because knowledge doesn't lose value. Get a car, drive it off the lot, boom. Anything material is going to decay. Knowledge does not decay. The books is written in might, but the knowledge doesn't decay ever.
Hey, Ka,
Never.
what is that? August 1st, the Mars Uranus North Node conjunction.
Yep.
It's August 1st, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now AD, you were asking about the stock market and changes that were going on on the financial landscape. That's a really important day. Like Mars, Uranus, and the North Node are all gonna meet up. And ironically, on that day, the Sun Leo is exactly trine Jupiter in Aries. So as far as there being some sort of like unexpected shifts in the financial world, that day might really, like August 1st, just to put that out there.
It'll either go all the way up or all the way down.
It's going to be unexpected, whatever happens, because that's a forced change in the financial world.
So maybe the end of July 31st, we can buy some Ethereum. See what happens. That's what I'm finna do.
Okay.
Buying things I can eat.
Yeah. We got a few super chats here. They're piling up. Bernie01 says, Ka Zodiac taught me a mantra. Just have to listen deeply to his music to find it. I am healthy. I am strong. I am right where I belong. Much gratitude. Shout out to Bernie01.
Shout out to Bernie.
Yeah. Shannon Southard says, great collective vibes. Shout out to Shannon Southard. She also says, high vibrational music. I love it. Ave Medina says, for 2222, he says, father passed away on 2222. Ever since I hit numbers, every time I think it means see numbers, 4444, and on a consistent quest into astrology, numerology, and gematria. Don't buy until after the Shemitah, September, October, November. Good buys for Bitcoin and crypto. Peace and love. Shout out to Ave Medina for that information. All right. I don't know what the Shemitah is. Is that Vedic astrology?
I don't know what that is either.
Shemitah. Okay. All right. Well, that was awesome. Anything else you want to say, Tiye Phoenix?
I want to thank you guys for playing my song last week. I really appreciate that. Thank you for checking for the song. And for those who know, well, let me just properly address. It's called Who We Are, featuring, of course, myself and Havoc from Mobb Deep and Safa, who is a soul jazz singer who happens to be my daughter. So thank you guys for playing the song.
Yeah, we're gonna play it again. We're about to play it again on this episode. And then same for Ka Zodiac. We're gonna play one of your tracks, the track that you sent me. I got it.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to add before we start playing music?
Get to the music.
Let's do it.
Stop. Just my catchphrase. My astrology company is called Chart Smart. And my catchphrase is, stop guessing. The stars tell the story. That's my message.
Nice. So in the Zoom chat, you guys go ahead and send me the links you want me to post in the description. You'll see I just sent you a text that says right here. Text me any websites, Instagrams, Cash Apps, whatever you want the world to have. I'm going to copy and paste that in the description box. And you'll see that Ka and Ty that is in the Zoom chat, not the YouTube chat. And okay, we're gonna go ahead and go into the music. We're gonna start with Ka and Ty's music.
Okay.
So we're gonna start here with Ka. You have a track here called Heaven's Wrath, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna share the my screen so you can see the chat, and you'll also be able to hear what I'm playing. Okay. So let's go back here. Hold on. I gotta get this. Can you pull that curtain a little more that way? Yeah, it's exposing the. There we go. Nice. And give me a second, everybody at home. Move this here. I'll make some adjustments. I'll make the adjustments as I'm playing the songs. Okay, share sound. And here we go. So this is Heaven's Wrath by Ka Zodiak, produced by Mark of Buddha. Oh, I love it already.
Yeah, a bug flew into the temple, that's a Budapest. Landed on the statue on the Buddha's chest. Right upon the swastika Zodiac, excuse the mess, I guess off the clues I left. Right beside the blue Ganesh with two depths. The stone arms moved to make my portrait when he drew a breath. Going in a trance, only doing what the shrooms request. I stepped lightly on the petals of a lotus flower. I drove the world into a frenzy when I spoke and showered. It's way to cast some dogs, Anubis, and bastards. Maneuver through aspects, then shoot up your lab tech. With Senti Yodel, the unusual Aztec. Corners of the maze guard, walking on the space pod. Lost inside the strange fog with beautiful assets. My queen's bouncing like you do with a bad check. I bounce it inside a room where his gag kept. It's astounding how I move through the vast depths. In my brain I found the wings of a butterfly. King knows his subjects from studying what doesn't die. The fool sing a lullaby. Angels started falling from the kingdom up above the sky. Thinking it's my drug supply. Lightning broke the tower as they cling while the lovers cry. I be smoking flower petals on your live chat. My flames turn their bones to powder. Put it on the spice rack. Twist them in the blunt. Eat your soldiers for a light snack. Make it hit. Now the eagle's swollen. Get the ice pack. The blind will never see you clear until they get their eyes back. Cause once you roll, you won't get the dice back. Cause once you're old, you won't get your life back. Intravenous fly trap, intravenous flight rap. Sonic bedrock, I put a tassel on the hi-hat. Jack in the beanstalk, that's a giant hijack car. I can see my name glowing on a nice plaque. I see the stellar flame showing when the night's black. Incognito, the invisible one. I'm the all in the nothing, indivisible sum. I'm invincible, some every miracle's done. Star computer targets you, the mark of Buddha palmistry. Cap away the corn, keep kicking your astrology. Monk's Mound build a Maz temple, that's a roundhouse. Aries in the ground sprouts, karate chop samples. Then I cook them like a brown trout, guess they never found out. These sharp thoughts turn your cabbage into sauerkraut. A mutated body temple, now a powerhouse. I mute hate, now they talking but no sound comes out. Intuition asks a question and my brain answer. My music got their heads spitting, that's a break dancer. My every stanza's an extravaganza, Strabahams, last command, the rapping dancer. Cracking Santa's fastest antlers like it never rained here. That's a drought, so I came with the flow and the lightning from my brain spare. They listen but they can't hear an inconvenient truth. Make them piss like they drank a beer. On a higher rank up here who tranquilize the grave is there. We sip the finest grapes this year. Chubby's in the true flag, knowledge is the true bag. Luna gave me head, yeah, I can make the moon gag. 30 cancer sticks, it's the science of the blue crab. Abracadabra do-rag, esoteric gang war. Light and dark magic doing battle on the same floor. Jewelry looking sharp enough to use it for a chainsaw. The womb crystal, the quickest saloon pistol. Indigenous, Hebraic, original jiu-jitsu. Superficial.
That's hard.
I love it.
Yeah.
That is fire. I love this beat.
Yeah.
That was really
Try
good.
Jesus. They don't believe it. RP. Now RIP, RP. True and living. Royal priesthood.
Hey.
That was good.
Yeah.
Yo, I love the choir. I'm jealous of this beat.
And I love that beat.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That beat is hard.
I love big, epic sounding stuff like that. You just killed it. Fire. Fire. Where's my air horn? That was straight fire.
That was really good.
Man.
Shout out to Kai for that. That's really good.
Absolutely.
Dope.
Little Mark of Buddha on that track.
Yeah,
Yep.
he did his thing.
Yo, so where can people hear that track, Kai?
You're getting a teaser right now.
Oh, so that's not even published yet.
I mean, I recorded that like 2 years ago.
Damn.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So that's something that's coming soon then.
Yeah, that's coming very soon. I'm also working on a new double album.
Oh man, yo,
That's
once
really
that's
good.
published,
Anything you've seen so far has been nothing compared to what's coming. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
my God, man, that is in the whip.
Sure.
Undeniable. I love it. Okay. Moving on, we're gonna play Tiye Phoenix. Are you ready, Ty? We're gonna play your video.
Okay, I'm ready. I think my cat is ready too.
Yeah. Oh, I can relate. My cat will do the same thing too. It means she wants attention. Is that a boy or girl?
A boy,
What's his name?
Mellow.
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 I got Mojito.
Mellow Mojito.
My Mojito is anything but mellow. I'll tell you that.
Well, no, his Mellow is like Carmelo Anthony, like Carmelo.
What sign is Mellow?
Mellow, I believe, is a Virgo. I think it's a Virgo.
That's what my cat is.
Oh wow.
My cat's a Virgo too.
Really?
Yeah, that's why he's so stubborn. He's a picky eater.
Oh wow.
Is your cat Spade?
Yeah. That's why he's not too happy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, mine isn't Spade, and he's not happy either.
Oh man. Yeah, I still catch him humping blankets. I asked the vet about it. The vet says he still has testosterone. He just can't do anything about it. I'm like, oh man, I feel bad for him. He sees me having fun.
That's like torture right there.
That's why he's mad at the world.
Oh, Mojito.
He probably hears me. Okay, I better stop. Okay, here we go. Tiye Phoenix. Here we go. Y'all can see the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That way you can see all the fires in the chat. All right, and they're
I'm gonna disappear.
Okay, got you. And then Tiye Phoenix, don't forget to send me the chat in the Zoom chat, the info you want for the description. Okay. Set this up. Hold up. Let me get rid of me here. Right. See, I don't have all this automated yet. I gotta set it up. We're almost there, y'all. I'll do it like this. Boom. Here we go. Tiye Phoenix. Who we are.
PM. Yeah. They know just who we are.
My energy's indestructible, ain't a substitute. I've been through the ringer once or two, ain't gon' front of you. Blood of Zeus, negativity, gotta cut it loose. Immortality, balance me, I become acute. Top looking down, I've been viewing from a higher roof. Dirt on my name, don't offend me cause I'm liar proof. Navigate through the viper's room, the entire route. Planted on my brain when I strike like the vipers do. Light beam, you see me here but I'm just sightseeing. Here to feel my purpose, validation, I am not seeking. My secret and my superpower. If I told you had to kill you, gotta shine no matter who around you. This is 528, spit through a burst. And not whatever works. This is light work from the anointed ones. Or be here forever, how the story begun.
No matter what they do, they can't break us down. We know who we are.
The call, the chosen, the few, doing exactly what we came to do, and that's true.
They can never stop us and break us down. We know who we are.
The call, the chosen, the few, doing exactly what we came to do. How about you? To my survivors, we sustaining, the ones remaining. We wrote the real book on power like we raising Canaan. This is deeper than rap music and entertainment. We raised up the frequency and now the game is changing. Back emerging with a classic, I'm merging with havoc. We never sacrifice the soldiers to further the status. Middle finger to you frauds, ain't heard of you bastards. Save the combative theatrics cause you can't match us. Tried to soul snatch us, but we dead.
Can never stop us and break us down. We know who we are.
The call, the chosen, a few, doing exactly what we came to do. How about you?
No matter what they do, they they can't break us down. We know who we are.
The call, the chosen, the few.
Doing exactly what we came to do,
And that's true.
They can never stop us and break us down. We know who we are.
The call, the chosen, the few.
Doing exactly what we came to do.
How about you?
No matter what they do.
Have it. Represent the infamous. Tiye Phoenix. Tiye P.
They can never stop us.
Survive. Batman and G.U. Dollar on the beat.
Fire.
Fire.
Straight fire.
Fire in the chat too.
Fire in the chat.
That's my favorite Havoc verse I ever heard, really.
Say again?
That's my favorite Havoc verse I ever heard. I'm gonna
Oh,
tell you
man.
something. Like, every MC out there needs to shift their ways, because right there, the way he elevated his subject matter, you know what I'm saying? That was amazing.
Yeah.
Ty killed that shit as always.
Yeah.
I mean,
Thank you.
That was awesome. Yeah. When you send me the chat, Ty, don't forget to put your YouTube in there too.
Okay.
And Ka, I'm gonna put your YouTube in there too. Cause people gotta see all the fire. Actually, I have access to your YouTube right here. Never mind. Copy and paste this.
Thank
So
you.
y'all make sure you follow Tiye Phoenix
Yeah, for sure.
and Ka Zodiak on YouTube. Get them subscribers up.
And go over there and show some love.
Yeah. Hold on.
Thank y'all so much.
Absolutely. And let me type in. All right, are y'all gonna stick around for the music section? Y'all want to hear the? Yep.
I am. Listen, I'm riding on the craft until the wheel. Even though there's no wheels in the craft, I'm riding on it. It is the wheel. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we here.
All right, let's do it. We are moving on to this segment of the show we call Song Promotions, where we play tracks that were submitted to the Podcraft. Let's go. So, first up, let's get to it. Let me open up the form thing here. We got a good amount here. We also got a submission for voltage controllers, so it's going to be a wild show. Okay, Cover Boy in the building. Let's get right to it. This track here is by Cover Boy. He said, here we go. And he wants me to play track 4. Here we go. And right now he says it's off of Euro Organizational Nuclear Research instrumental album. Here we go. Sega Genesis. I bet Priest would like this one. Priest can hear it. I'm sure he's listening right now. Hey, shout out to Coverboy for that one. That was dope.
Yeah, shout out to Coverboy.
That was cool. Takes me back to Sega Genesis. I love that.
Or Pac-Man.
Okay. Some Pac-Man in there. So Coverboy, he does this a lot. He'll send in a lot of tracks. So we're just gonna knock out Coverboy's tracks right now. Next one is called Derivative Sign 01. Ooh, I like it already. Track 1 from the Devil Concept instrumental album. Here it is. Track 1. Ooh, I like this. I gotta hear the drop though. I gotta hear this drop. Where's my snare? I hope there's a snare, Coverboy. That's one hell of an intro. Okay. You know what? I think I know the sample. I'm gonna have to call you out on this one, Coverboy. I recorded a track of Vendetta Kings doing a track called OC Giants, and I think it's the same sample. I pretty much know what I'm listening to. Check this out. There's that same sample, but check out the snare. This is from the Vendetta Kings. All right, if y'all know Priest, y'all should know the Vendetta Kings. I had the honor of recording these guys. Check this out.
White Boy Rob.
There it
Vendetta
is.
King, Sound Daddy.
All across the map, we strong arm for stacks. Part of my bars crack. I tried to leave the streets like always they call back. It's part of my jaw that
Snare.
I already hard rap. Sorry to raw facts, just part of your skull cap. Musical minorities, majority fall back. Rage against machine when I harbor the bomb track. That cause squads to fold from hard body contact. Stay calm, you don't want that. Affiliates in SoCal, Vendetta Kings taking over, fucker. Who you know now? The pro sound official. Every time he's spitting pronouns. Here we go now. King David without the gold crown. Toro, come meet Zorro for the showdown. Put a V in your poopy shirt, not doing your duty jerk. Oh, you an actor, you should go try some movie work. Call it what you wanna, got hot bars for cheap. Just download my shit and get hot bars for free. OD, VK, we chillin'. Start the printing shirts, gonna make a fucking million.
Woo! Vendetta Kings. One of my favorite groups. That was awesome. But I had to point that out because I recognize the sample.
Oh, wow.
I just had to say that. But I love it. I love it regardless. That was dope. But man, I was waiting for that snare. I was like, Okay.
Me too.
Right?
It was like a build up. It kept building up.
Yeah.
Wait, I know Coverboy is one of my biggest haters, but you know.
Yeah, I think Coverboy's a Leo.
Yeah,
I think so. You know, sometimes the cats like to bite.
That was a double entendre.
That joint sound like something that you could tell a story on. Like
Yeah.
Or something like that.
It was still dope, but man, I had to bring it back to that Vendetta Kings track real quick. Okay, we're still on Coverboy. This next one, speaking of Leo, this one's called The Lion. Track 3. Here we go. Cool. I like that one. You already know I'm gonna want more snare, but it was dope.
I like that too.
Yeah. Priest was good on these type of beats when he did that Fantastic Four. It wasn't Fantastic Four.
It sounded like that fit in that same kind of vein right there.
Yeah. It was dope.
It was definitely the car chase theme.
Yeah.
More like Batman.
Yeah.
You know, when he's getting and Robin when they getting their fight on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So Coverboy sent in 4 here. This next one's called The Bull. Track 2.
Coverboy got it covered.
Yeah. Here we go. Track 2. Nice. All right, another cool track. That one was cool.
All them joints, it sound like you could tell stories on them.
Yeah. Which is why Priest is good for these too, because he's always telling stories. Leos are quite the storytellers.
For sure.
All right. This next one here is by DJ Aurora Borealis from New York. It's called Genesis, produced by 90s Beats.
St. Peter Basilica, Pope Benedict the 16th. Yo, I got fear for my enemies, frenemies, enemies, associates who's close to me. World War II, Germany's, Japan, Italy, major Axis power, Soviet Union, Great Britain, France, deplore, advance. Those that committed atrocities, robberies, use me for my currencies, lot of me, left me in deficiency, mystery, this felony, tell on me, stitching on rotaries. When I was just trying to feed my seed, those who ain't believe in me, gather me like Judas, stab me in the back, Julius to celebrate Jubilee, ecstatically, kill a level card, as I learn to forget 70 times 7, don't give it an opportunity, and marking your great third death, when you harbor grudge, you seen by the judge of life itself, make you lose your mind, have you seen our psychologist, dipping out of residencies, watching your shoulder soldier, and your rear view Bartholomew, vessel, leaves Russell, heart rate increasing like cattle about to get dabbled.
Yo, by comparison to everything else that Aurora has submitted, that was good.
Yeah,
this is a
that
good
was
mix. Good beat too. Great beat. That's a solid snare right there. Nice. Hey, Aurora, great job. I can hear what you're saying. It was a decent mix. I probably would have compressed it a little bit more, but you know, that's getting too detailed. But yo, by comparison, that was fire.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, that was hot.
It was hard.
Really good. Great submission, Aurora Borealis. All right, coming up next now, we got a track here from Underland Fortress from Cleveland, Ohio. The name of the track is called Judge Wisely. We've all heard that before.
Yes.
That looks like the Pisces symbol right there.
I judge wisely, as if nothing ever surprised me. Lounging between two pillars of iron, I judge wisely, as if nothing ever surprised me. Lounging between two pillars of ivory.
Here comes the OB, here comes the stranger. If you don't know me, you might be in danger. Could be in trouble if you're my target. Your lyrical vomit is typical toxic. I speak metaphysical prophets, not for profit, not for comments, not for promise. With hidden compartments, reality frequency correspondence. Low life agents with soldiers, patience their whole life waiting for the statement that made them realize the underland realm we specialize. I'm bringing them gems to your mainframe. No more same games. So much truth, most will go insane. They can't handle the range as they watch us dismantle their game.
I judge wisely, as if nothing ever surprised me. Lounging between two pillars of ivory. I judge wisely, as if nothing ever surprised me. Lounging between two pillars of ivory.
All right. I like the concept. I need to hear the vocals a little bit nicer in the mix. It sounds like they need to be EQ'd, up the mids, lower the bass a little bit, bring it up in volume. I couldn't exactly hear everything you were saying. I like the concept of the beat, obviously with Priest in it, with the sample. That was cool. But yeah, I would just turn up your vocals on the beat so I can hear you more. What y'all think?
Yeah. Turn up the vocals so
Couldn't really
hear more.
Yep. All right. Moving on. This next one is an artist named KOD from the Netherlands. And I don't think... Oh, the name of the track is The Sky Will Clear. Here we go. It sounds like something Zodiak would jump on.
Yeah, for sure.
I was thinking that.
Definitely.
Beautiful track. That was cool.
Yeah.
That was
Very
pretty
clean.
tasty.
Very clean.
Yeah.
You like that one, Ty?
Oh yeah. Hold on. Wait. Oh yeah. Very clean.
Yeah, we all could hear Ty on that one. We all hear Zodiak on that one.
That's pretty appetizing. I could definitely, I would eat that.
Yeah.
I felt like it was mixed very, very well.
Yeah, it was. The snare was right. The drums were good. The piano was just perfect. Good reverb. So that was KOD from the Netherlands.
Shout out to KOD.
Great submission. Okay, coming up next now, we got Fella B from Melbourne, Australia. And he didn't put the name of the track. It must be on the YouTube. Oh, okay, it's called Fat Union. Here we go. Okay. Fat Union. I like the concept. I like the mix. I think one thing about the mix, I think the strings are kind of dominating everything. The strings are really in there. You can either lower the highs in the EQ, or I would just lower the strings, because strings, you got to be careful, because when you use orchestral and strings like that, it can really pierce. The higher you go on the range, the more it can pierce through the track. So it has to either be really mixed well or really lowered, because it's really dominating a lot of the track. I like what you're doing with the mid range. I can see what's happening. Someone could definitely jump on that, but I would lower the strings, just for my taste. What y'all think?
Good analysis. I like where he's going with it. I think that the highs dominated, and if somebody was on there, the strings would swallow them.
Yeah.
I agree. I think there may have been like a key clash too at the in the loop, but that might have been intentional. Sometimes people like to create like that ominous kind of horror flick feel, and that works sometimes when people make the notes clash or whatever. But I agree with you guys. You have to watch those piercing frequencies, definitely.
No strings attached.
Yeah.
Somebody said no string said string theory in the chat. I thought that was cute.
Okay, hold on. I gotta let a commercial play real quick for this person's submission. Okay. This next artist is Ronald Trevino from Pasadena, Texas. He says, "Have I ever looked into the Anja light? I haven't heard of the Anja light. Have you guys heard of the Anja light?" Doesn't sound familiar.
No.
Anja light. Okay, it looks like a light therapy. That looks interesting.
Oh yes. I actually have received that. I don't know what, light therapy, from the dermatologist, like that.
It looks like it's pineal gland activation.
Oh, I guess.
So
it's one form of light therapy.
Yeah, I guess it deep personal transformation for clients. It looks like it's a light that stimulates the pineal gland.
Oh, okay, yeah. And the dermatologist, they have they don't tell you it's to activate your third eye, but it's to stimulate skin cells. So yeah.
Interesting. This one looks like it just sends a light beam right into the third eye.
Right to the forehead.
Wow. That's cool. Well, shout out to Ronald Trevino for telling us about that. I'll look into that. The Anja light. We'll check that out. Interesting. That's one way.
Battle card Zodiac, so I can stop. Hold on, let's see.
Oh, that's Kaba Praxis.
Bring it. Bring it.
Oh yeah, that's Kaba. He's always up in here.
Bring it. I got the one. We're a cover boy together. Come on.
Let's do it. All right, this next one here, like I said, Ronald Trevino. It's called Wisdom by Bruce Chillis by the Third Vine.
God is good all the time. Yeah. God, I thank you for this day. I've been blessed once again. Right now, I give you praise. You help me overcome my sin. Every day is a battle as I overcome my flesh. I thank you for the cross and the way that you be death. You're my calm in the storm. You're the shelter that I seek. My everlasting love, my shalom. I'm talking peace. Jesus Christ, I give you praise. In you, I put my faith. You're the light in a world where there is no room for hate. I don't doubt you're coming back like a thief in the night. So take back the church. Yeah, I'm talking about your bride. And for the ones who doubt the name for y'all, I'ma pray. You were coming back for the final judgment day. So repent for my sins is the least we can do. Make the world a better place and stop living like some fools. Keep the beer, I don't want it in the weed. I don't need, I want to stay in His presence. I don't want the joy to flee. Just call, yeah. God is good, He'll be there, yeah. Just call Him, yeah. Hallelujah, hallelujah is all I wanna say. Giving thanks to the Lord, He deserves constant praise. Hallelujah, hallelujah is all I wanna say. Giving thanks to the Lord, He deserves constant praise. Hallelujah, hallelujah is all I wanna say. Giving thanks to the Lord, He deserves constant praise. Let's give Christ the praise and thanks He deserves. I don't have money, but I do have my words. I gave up the drinking and I give up the drugs. It's the least I can do for my Abba above. The devil is a lie saying you are nothing, but the Lord died for you, therefore you mean something. We are everything, we are made in God's image. He even gave us this earth and everything in it. I give you praise every day, thanks for waking me up. Now I walk in the spirit and you overfill my cup. Help me be a better father, one just like you, cause you died for our sins and your praise is overdue. Is all I wanna say. Giving thanks to the Lord, He deserves constant praise. Hallelujah, hallelujah is all I wanna say. Giving thanks to the Lord, He deserves constant praise. Hallelujah, hallelujah is all I wanna say. Giving thanks to the
I like
Lord,
that.
Good positive message.
Right, I like that.
That.
All I want to say. All I want to say about
that.
Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
All I wanted to say was hallelujah.
Oh yeah.
I would bang that.
That track is ready for a video.
Yeah.
Get a video going for this song, and you're gonna get your YouTube going. That's good. I could already imagine him doing a video.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I see like daylight outside with the skies and the green and mountains.
It feel good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
with people, just different people, just smiling, different, scenes. I don't know. That was really good. I could bang that in my car.
Positive hip hop.
Yeah.
And we need that nowadays. So
for sure.
Great submission. Great job. Shout out to Ronald Trevino from Pasadena, Texas. Great submission.
All right, shout out.
Keep going, man. Do the video for that and then resubmit it in. You don't have to pay it again. We'll play that again once you have the video done because that was hot.
Yeah, that was good.
You know what I'm saying? Good stuff.
Yeah.
We got another Cover Boy track that was submitted last minute. So we back to Cover Boy. Here we go. We're almost there. This one is called Intra Acte 14. He said play track 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
Just as beautiful as beautiful. And you think that's all that matters? Bob, did you feel this way when you fell in love with Jean? I've felt that way lots of times.
Let this. Nice.
Yeah, that was good.
Got a cool like 70s vibe, you know?
Yeah, it gave me currency vibes.
I saw like a lava lamp.
Yeah, I could hear that. Definitely. Yeah, currency.
Yeah.
Okay. This next one is none other by Voltage Controller. He hit me up with an email. He's like, tonight's going to be a special Podcraft with Ka and Ty. Here's a beat with some tarot card energy to tap into the energy tonight. See y'all in the chat. Shout out to Voltage Controller.
Shout out to Voltage Controller.
Ka, you know he's a Scorpio.
See, that's why I rock with him, man.
Yeah.
Scorpio.
Definitely.
This track is called Kush Camouflage. Here we go.
Voltage
Oh, we got 4 arms. Four arms of his forearms. Think just like a scorpion with the extra arms coming out. We gotta talk about that tarot card stuff. The length of that track was 222.
Ooh.
I could hear for some reason I could hear MF Doom when I don't know, I was hearing MF Doom's voice when he,
I love the exotic samples. It was cool. He said that snare was dedicated
I was just about to say. He said the snare was for you.
It was a good snare. It was banging. Kyle, what do you think about tarot cards?
I think the tarot and destiny cards and all that's connected to the zodiac. So it's not really, right?
Yeah.
All the cards is the wheel. Matter of fact, the word tarot is the word rotate. Taurus.
Yeah.
Right? It's all one. You can't separate them.
Taurus field. Tarot cards.
We're in the tarot field.
Oh man. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, astrology I was able to get into. I understood it. I was able to take it in. But the tarot cards I couldn't get into because I always felt like, well, what if they reshuffle them? Then what happens? What if you shuffle them wrong? What if you dropped? You know, I could never. And then I had this girl come by and she's like, oh, I'm going to do your tarot cards. I'm like, okay, let's see. And then so one of them popped out. And then she immediately looked at it. I'm like, what are you talking about? You accidentally messed up. Wait, how does that mean anything? She's like, it was supposed to pop out. I'm like, what you mean? So,
do you remember what card it was?
No, something with scales. I wasn't paying attention, but I just couldn't get into it because I felt it seemed so much by chance. I couldn't see the science. I could see the science in astrology, you know, the seasons and timing and everything. There's a pattern to the frequency. But the tarot cards rely so much on synchronicity. I feel like I could never trust the tarot cards. Well, what do you think? Well, you already know about it.
Well, cardomancy goes a lot deeper than that. And it veils the same energy because each day or the year corresponds to different cards. That's fixed. That is fixed. It's a system. It's not just a matter like everybody nowadays grab a bunch of cards, shuffle them. This card, no. It's a system. So it's the way it's been presented to you, really.
Yeah.
Like how you got 4 seasons and you got 4 suits.
Yeah.
52 weeks, 52 cards.
They work off synchronicity. So whatever card falls out, that card was speaking to the energy that was prevalent at the time. And that's pretty much how any sort of like divination tools work, is that they work off synchronicity. So they're just responding to your energy. They're, that's how they show up.
You have to ask questions or something, right? And it's based on intention, things like that.
You can ask questions, or tarot is, just like Ka said, is heavily related to astrology. The different suits in tarot, cups, wands, they're all like cups represent, emotions, like the water signs, and the wands are the fire signs. And I'm totally drawing a blank at this hour, but the four they all correspond to basically the elements. So if you pull, for example, the king of hearts in the tarot, that's a water sign male. So that would be you. So like if somebody was doing your a spread for you, AD, and you pulled the king of hearts, it probably would be a card speaking to you. You would somehow be showing up in that spread, that story.
Now, are you talking about cardology?
I'm talking about tarot specifically because you were saying that, you said the video was about the tarot, right? Like,
yeah, because we did have a numerologist on the show, Logan, and he did a great job, and he's really into cardology, which I guess is using the actual cards that you would use for playing poker or something. And then so he looked up my card on his phone, and he's like, "Oh shit, you're the king of diamonds."
Right.
And that meant, I'm still learning what it means, but he totally changed the way he treated me, or the way he was talking to me, once he saw that I was the king of diamonds. And I'm like, what does it mean? He's like, you gotta look that up. But it's amazing how there's a card for everybody too, based on their birthday. Are you familiar with that?
You know what's deep
Oh, yeah.
is, right? Priest is a 10 of clubs, right?
Priestess?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm an ace of spades.
Oh,
right?
wow.
This is the master card.
Yeah.
Every day you have a different card for that day.
Mm.
I looked up the card he was having earlier today. He's having my card today, and I'm having his card.
Wow.
Wow.
Right? That's why I'm sitting here.
I need to learn that.
As far as that goes, the tarot and cartomancy is really one, because you can take any of the cards in cardology and there's a card in the tarot that corresponds to it.
Wow. Man, it's
Like
so much.
spades and swords.
Yeah. Hmm. Well, I mean, my next thing, I guess, I'm still learning astrology for what it is, but I'm still learning about the houses. I think the houses are amazing. I remember I was talking to you a while ago, and I was like, I keep attracting Geminis. Like, what's up with the Geminis? I keep having flings. They're just flings with Geminis. And he's like, oh, that's because you have Gemini in your 8th house. I was like, wow, like this is crazy. It seemed to make a lot of sense. And it's like, looking at your tendencies is a good way to see what's going on. I told people on a previous episode to make a list of all their exes and write down the names of the signs, and they should be able to see patterns of who they've dated before. You know what I mean?
This is even deeper. You see patterns in the planets, and then especially the degrees. You experience things by degrees, and there's certain people that you've known in your life that they have planets at the exact same degree.
Mm-hmm.
You meet other people. You remind me of this other person I know. And they got a planet exactly at that same degree.
Interesting.
It repeats.
Yeah. Wow. Especially if you keep manifesting the same things and stuff like that. All pattern recognition, but it's amazing. Okay. Any questions you want to ask them before we land the rocket?
No. I'm overwhelmed with so much information and so much knowledge. I want to talk to Ty afterwards. I start following you so we can finish my reading. If you don't mind.
Definitely.
For sure.
And then, yeah, Ty, don't forget to send me that info. I haven't gotten it yet.
Did you want me to put it in the chat?
Yeah, in the Zoom chat.
Oh, in the Zoom chat.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Just send me any links, whatever you want the people to have out there. Links to websites. I already got Kaz already. Here, I'm sending you a thing that says
my information doesn't change. Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, it's all the same.
Boom.
CashApp, it's all Tiye Phoenix.
Boom. All right, we're posting that up there. And then that's how they can get a hold of you. And I guess I don't know if you guys do readings or not, but people can contact you guys and you guys can take it from there.
Yeah, I'll put my website, go to readings on there.
Nice.
Voice of the Universe.
Definitely. And don't forget to stop by Instagram or whatever and DM say happy birthday to me on Wednesday.
Hey,
guys.
that's right.
I know. Happy birthday. Happy solar return.
Thank you.
That's cool. You have a birthday on a full moon.
Right.
Yeah, that's I definitely did my research on what that means.
Well, if it's emotional, it'll be your birthday and you can cry if you want to.
As soon as you
It's
said
my
that,
party.
I was
I can
just
cry if I want to.
I was gonna say it's my party. I can cry
Exactly.
if I want.
Yep.
Very nice.
But that's a blessing. Enjoy your day for sure.
Nice.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much again, Tiye Phoenix, and thank you, Zodiak. We're gonna have you guys back again. Like I said, closer to Priest's birthday. It's too bad he couldn't make it today, but
Right.
man, this was still an amazing episode.
It was. It was nice meeting you guys. Thank you so much for
Me
your
too.
information and for your knowledge and your
You did
wisdom.
a great job.
Hey, thank you so much. It's an honor, and it's just great to learn so much too. You know.
Yeah.
When I was a student.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get the last song ready. All right. So that's it. Thank you to the craft room. Thank you to everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, you guys, and showing me so much love. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we're going to end tonight's show with Back to Nebula, Killah Priest.
Awesome.
So that's that. And we'll see y'all next time.
See you next time. Peace and blessings.
The coral castle, draconian domes, built around the immortal statues, that's taboo. The tablets I possess lead me towards the firestones, and the 110 writers and priests, the empire seats the Messiah's throne. The unknown, sun tone, beings that resonate the color of the trombone, brass. But as if it was burnt in a furnace, learn of the worm and the serpent, and the inner workings, hope it give you discernment. We choose from the righteous or the sinner version. I write to lift the burden off the children of the urban, so disturbing. So I hit the herb then, sip the bourbon. The mix makes me a different person. Damn, I better go get some nourishment. Above me is the Uranus universe in the Sagittarius sky, the reptilian's replica of the nebula, the Mercury macabre messenger, extraterrestrial Tesla. To Mecca and Israel is peppered. Forget the necklace, I'm with the treasure. Grace is sustained in honor. Faces aflame with horror. Graves encased with martyrs. We all came from space, made from stardust. All aboard the large bus, we took charters. When we get there, I'll take the helicopter. My melanin the color of copper. And the 12 Israel, tree of life Kabbalah. The Zohar, Zodiac, Zigzag Zig, Zoroastrian Zealot, archives of the Abyssinian African relics, disciple of Dravidians, Hammurabi's helmets, chakra sparkled all around me like the gloves of Michael Jackson, the jacket of Liberace and the robes of Elvis. From my crown to right below my pelvis, I'm sitting in the row of elders, chastising those rebellious that chose their errors, the selfish in hell's pit, souls were jealous, bad deeds that the tarot reads, with Pharisees and Sadducees, the man with bees, the lad with leaves, and the sand of thieves, land and sea. The seasons came annually, calm light sneaking up on us slow like a manatee. Love for all humanity. What's your brand of tea? I already ate the ages and drunk vanity. I vomit the 9 planets and the comets, men, women, and garments, the gods and the goddess family tree. I'm quarantined in the pandemic when my hands are free. The black treasurer, rap developer, back to the nebula.
Answering service.
Frank Cutter, any